Pharmacy is not just a profession, it's a backbone of healthcare and commitment for better patient outcome across the borders. Respected chief guests, principal, head of the departments, faculty members, and dear delegates, a pleasant morning to one and all present here. It gives us immense pride and pleasure to welcome you all to the 9th National Level Conference on Clinical Pharma Practice, Indian and Global Scenario, conducted on the theme Aligning Academia, Industry and Clinical Partnership for Transformative Outcome, sponsored by ISPA, the Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, Chennai, and co-sponsored by Neon Laboratories Limited, Mumbai. A heartfelt thanks to our esteemed speakers for taking the time to grace this occasion with your valuable presence. Also, we thank our sponsor to make the event successful. I am delighted to share that this conference has consistently served as a platform beyond academic boundaries each year. Distinguished speakers have enlightened us, sharing their expertise with the noble aim of enriching lives and inspiring many with the light of knowledge they bring. With this brief note, I request you all to rise for Tamil Thai Valthu. Thank you. The lightning of lamp is to guide our pathway and illuminate our journey of knowledge. Let us start the event with our traditional and auspicious lamp lighting as a tribute to Mara Sadaswati, the goddess of knowledge. I would like to welcome all the dignitaries to come forward for the lamp lighting. Thank you. The journey of 1,000 miles begins with one step. So, the best way to get started is to begin today. I request our beloved principal, Professor Dr. G. Muruganandan sir, to welcome the gathering.
Happy morning to all. I am really happy to stand in front of all of you on the occasion of 9th National Level Conference on Clinical Pharma Practice Indian and Global Scenario. So this is the 9th edition, exclusively for the PharmD people, practicing professionals we are conducting with a different theme. This year with the theme of aligning academia, industry and clinical partnership for transformative health outcome. So I, as a principal convener, very happy to deliver this welcome address. First and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to our management team, Chairman Sir, Madam Chairman, Joint Managing Director, Joint Secretary, Vice Chairman and Director Madam, for rendering all the support for the upliftment of the pharmacy profession. And indeed, I am very happy to have Professor Dr. Captain Gokulanathan, the forcing guide of Paramedical Director, to be here. Sir, indeed, your presence is really happy for us. Sir has been instrumental in guiding many of our activities. So we are pleased to welcome you, sir. And we have the eminent speakers. It's been a lot of work whom to select and how they will be bridging the gap really between the industry and academia. So we have with us a vast experienced Professor Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran sir. Sir, your presence definitely will ignite the guidance, because at this age you read a lot, you are an active person and you are in all social medias and you give us valuable feedback. So we are happy to welcome you, sir. And we have with us Mr. Anjan Kumar DS. He is the Associate Principal from Research Insight, Bangalore. Warm welcome to Mr. Anjan. And we also have another person from Eversina, Mr. Hitesh, here with us. His presence will definitely incite all the budding PharmD professionals how to build your career and the way how you can bridge the gap between your academy and industry. And we also have Dr. Priyank Tripathi with us. I extend a warm welcome to you, sir. He's been a wonderful person. The moment I circulated the brochure, I got a lot of feedback from my friends. How did you choose these people? So that shows that their presence will definitely enlighten you all. And also, I extend a warm welcome to the organizing secretary of this today's conference, Dr. Subhashini Madam. So the work what the team has done is really tremendous one. And I also extend a warm welcome to the head of the departments, Dr. Raghunathan, Sendil Rajan, Sendil Kumar, Rajavel, and Mr. Sudagar. And of course, the pharmacy practice team members, they have been instrumental, and the clinical pharmacist who is working with us, and our teaching faculty, supporting staff, everyone, I extend a warm welcome to this conference. And it's not in the last, it is in the first supposed to be. I extend a warm welcome to the students of various institutions from Tamil Nadu and Karnataka for the occasion, because we have to stop the registration at 360 because of the hall capacity. And this is the case, we will book next year the big auditorium. We have 4,000 capacity auditorium. So I extend a warm welcome to the participant from outside our institution as well as outside our state. And our own students, I extend a warm welcome to SVCP PharmD students, because they are in various committees and they work up to yesterday night 8 o'clock, and they are the one who is bringing Even though we are girls' institution, we never felt that there are no boys to carry out the work. Any work assigned to them, they never show any hesitations. So I extend a warm welcome to our students and the press media, our crew members of electricians, and all the persons who helped directly, indirectly to come this to the successful stage. Once again, I welcome all of you wholeheartedly to this grand seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, I call upon our Paramedical Director, Professor Captain Dr. Gokulanathan, sir, to give away the felicitation address.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of our Honorable Chairman, Dr. M. Karunanidhi, I welcome our Honorable guest speakers, Professor Jnana Chandran from Gwalior, Mr. Anjan Kumar from Bangalore, Mr. Hitesh Barucha from Bangalore, and Dr. Priyank Tripathi from Bangalore for this 9th National Conference. Our guest speakers, with their extensive knowledge, they are here to share their experience and expertise with the budding pharmacist. It is a great opportunity for all the students to attend this conference and to improve their standards. It's a great opportunity. You can attend, but getting this extensive knowledge and sharing the knowledge from our seniors, it's a gift. Many people, they're attending conference just like a get-together. But I always insist that students, they must avail this opportunity to expand the knowledge. Now, textbooks will contribute some knowledge. Your Google will tell you everything, but it is only the teachers who can do the fine tuning to convert the students to become an achiever. So I request all the participants to properly avail this opportunity to improve the standards. It's a highly competitive world, and everybody knows that you have to outcome the competitors. For that, every day you have to gain your knowledge and improve your standards. Finally, I appreciate Dr. Muruganathan, principal and convener of this organization, that is conference, Dr. Subhashini, Professor Subhashini, secretary of the conference, and the senior professors, Dr. Raghu, Dr. Senthil Kumar, Senthil Raja, and Dr. Sudhakar, and other faculty members to make this conference a successful one. Always the pharmacy team, they'll do well organized, they have an organized way they will complete the job. This way, that all academic work, I'm just following them, and they're doing it very perfectly, and I'm sure that in future, all our students, they'll be benefited with such conferences and become the experts in future. I wish you all the success in this conference. Thanking you.
Thank you, sir. I request the esteemed dignitaries to kindly occupy their seats off the dais. Volunteer, please coordinate. The session is ready to commence.
Warm good morning to one and all present here. Okay, go ahead.
It's my honor to introduce Professor Dr. Raghunathan Muthuswamy, who currently is serving as a professor and head of the Department of Pharmacognosy and Phytochemistry at SWAMY Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy. Dr. Raghunathan has over 2 decades of experience in pharmaceutical education and research, including an international tenure as assistant professor at University of Gonda, Ethiopia. His expertise lies in natural product, drug discovery, herbal nutraceuticals, and cosmeceuticals. His work emphasizes the identification, isolation, and evaluation of bioactive compounds from natural sources. Dr. Raghunathan has led several pioneering projects in the development of herbal-based health products. His scholarly contributions are widely recognized with numerous publications in reputed journals and an H index of 10, underscoring his impactful presence in the fields of pharmaceutical research. Now, I call upon Dr. Professor Raghunathan sir to welcome and introduce the speaker of the session, Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran sir.
Thank you for your introduction. A warm good morning to one and all present here. Thank you. So today we have a wonderful eminent speaker, Professor Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran. Shortly he is going to deliver a lecture on the topic of understanding allergies and symptoms and management. That is really good topic. It is given in our BPharm curriculum. So most of the BPharm students, they are studying that topic, particularly in the pharmacognosy 1. So, and I am going to tell about the profile of Professor Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran. He holds a PhD in pharmaceutical sciences from Jivaji University, DRDO, Gwalior. He has completed in 2016. He earned a master's degree of pharmacy from Madras Medical College under Tamil Nadu Dr. M.G.R. Medical University, Chennai in 1998. And a Bachelor of Pharmacy from the same institution under Madurai University in 1976. With a professional journey spanning over 4 decades, he has established himself as a seasoned academician and a pharmaceutical leader with in-depth experience in pharmacy education, institutional administration, pharmaceutical research, and community pharmacy practice. He is currently serving as professor and director at the Pranav Institute of Pharmaceutical Sciences, Vijayawada, since 2019. Prior to this, he held prestigious academic leadership roles, including professor and dean at Nova College of Pharmacy, Bangalore, principal at Aditya Bangalore Institute of Pharmacy, and principal and professor at Pranav Institute, Gwalior. His international experience includes serving as a pharmacy supervisor under the Ministry of Health in Saudi Arabia for nearly a decade. Earlier in his career, he contributed significantly as vice principal and assistant professor at Ultra College of Pharmacy, Madurai, and also gained industry experience as an area sales manager at Spencer Pharmaceutical Limited. His honors and recognition include prestigious IPGA Fellowship Award at Amrita Institute of Medical Science, the Best Pharmacist Award from Ministry of Health, Saudi Arabia, and also SAR discovered a new formulation for tear gas under the project of DRDO. That is the highlighting points. So with this background, I request Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran to deliver the title of Understanding Allergies and Symptoms and Management. Sir, mic is yours.
Thank you very much, my dear Professor, sir, for your splendid introduction of myself. Good morning to the delegates and faculty members, my dear young students. I stand in front of you to share my experience and expertise. This topic, since 9 years, this organization is conducting this national level clinical pharma practice. Clinical pharmacy practice. I asked, what is this clinical pharma practice? Because the pharmacy started in India and all over the world from pharma, that is quality of drug. The quality of drug is made. As far as India is concerned, before I go to the topic, As far as India is concerned, to my knowledge, my students, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. As far as India is concerned, our drugs are not up standard about 40, 50 years before. Indian drugs are not standard. Doctors themselves, they are not accepting of Indian pharmaceutical companies. There are some companies like Ranbaxy Pharmaceuticals, Aristo Pharmaceuticals, Cadila Pharmaceuticals. Many companies, they are making their efforts to bring out the good quality of product. But the medical profession is not willing our product because they say Indian pharmaceutical products are not of standard quality. So now the scene has undergone a lot of changes. Now Indian pharmaceutical products are high standards, well accepted all over the world. All over the world, our products are well accepted. Our quality is excellent and the prices is very economical. High quality at affordable price of globe, entire world. So now the scene has come. The quality of the drug is excellent. The quality of the drug is excellent at a very affordable cost. Particularly you can see this acceptance during the period of Corona. A lot of Indian companies are very active in supplying the world need of many products like paracetamol, like vaccines. You'll do one company in India, Bharat Biotech. They told me, give us just 6 months, we will give the vaccine for Corona. Because of the latest technology development and my dear young pharmacists who are working in the industry and the research, we came out with this Covaxin. Covaxin is one of the wonder molecule we discovered. We have supplied all over the world this Covaxin molecule, and similarly many drugs are well accepted. See, the quality of the drug is excellent. PHARMA is excellent now all over the world. Now this quality has to go to the end customers. Who? The patient. Who is there to take it? Because previously, in my experience, doctor was doing everything. Doctor was seeing the patient, doctor was doing the diagnosis, doctor was making the medicines. It's a compounding. Doctor himself was compounding, and then doctor is giving this and telling about the medicines. It's too tedious job. He cannot justify it. So now, our pharmacy people is there. Our pharmacy peoples are there. See, they know. Our pharmacy students, they studied all about the drug. The drug is excellent quality. How it has to go. Now, our doctor of pharmacy, I could see some of the students, very happy to see them. They are telling, I'm a doctor of pharmacy. While coming in the reception, I could see many students. They say, I'm a doctor of pharmacy. So, doctor of pharmacy, something international. It is international standard of giving the drug expertise in coordination with the doctors to the patient. Our ultimate customer is the patient. So we, along with the doctors, in coordination with the doctors, we guide the doctors. In fact, we coordinate. We cannot guide because doctor, whatever said and done, doctors are number one. We are number two and number three. It's a teamwork. It is a teamwork. So there's just a small message about this development of pharmacy in India. Development of pharmacy from pharma to pharmacy, clinical pharmacy. And these doctor of pharmacy students will have a lot of opportunities from the entire segment of healthcare systems. I go many colleges, I go many platforms, I say the same message because it's like two apples in one basket. One apple is doctor, the other apple is pharmacist. The both apples, they join together to give the best clinical service for the patient. So I'm once again repeat, my dear young pharmacy students, doctor of pharmacy, clinical pharmacies, your services are most accepted, most welcome in entire scenario. So you can see my image for last 4 decades. I've been doing this practice of pharmacy in different disciplines. I started my career as a marketing man. I used to meet doctors. I wonder because after B.Pharm, nobody will go for marketing. Nobody will go for marketing because marketing normally those days, BSc graduates, people they will go. My dear pharmacy students, my dear clinical pharmacy students, I will tell you, when I went and met the doctors, I was selling a product called iron tonic to the pediatrician. Since I am a pharmacist, I could tell them, doctor, this is not just iron tonic. This is a tonic which, in case of children, they have the attitude to eat the stock peas, slate, something from the wall. That is because of the deficiency of minerals, vitamins, and iron. They call it the condition called PICA, pica. In case of pica, this iron tonic, we call it those days, the company I represent was ferrocalcium, Spencer's Pharmaceutical. This is containing iron with zinc. This is containing iron with zinc. So this will have a very good effect in children suffering from pica. Pica means the attitude of children, those who are taking this, eating the sand or the wall, calcium, iron deficiency. So this is a message, my dear young pharmacy students, my dear doctor pharmacy students. You will discuss many technical points, clinical points, product information to the doctors. So now today my topic is about allergy. What is allergy? Why allergy? How allergy comes? Most of you would have heard, because allergy, whenever we say allergy, we know about the penicillin. All of you know about the miracle antibiotic. Miracle antibiotic by Alexander Fleming, penicillin. About 50 years back, penicillin was a very wonder drug. It is doctors, before administering, what they will do, they want to see whether the patient is allergic. We have to see it. Otherwise, the allergy reaction, which I will explain in the due course of time, what is allergy reaction, what are the types of allergy reactions. With penicillin, I am just telling it, it is a drug allergy. If you don't do the allergy test, because those days they used to administer very, very low dose of the penicillin injection subcutaneously and ask the patient to wait for about half an hour to see is there any allergic reaction. All you know about allergy, the development of heat, pain, redness, warmth, and some, it may end to function of loss of function, death, anaphylactic shock. So the allergy is one example I given you about a drug allergy, penicillin allergy. So if the patient is allergic to penicillin, we used to write in the hospital, in a patient record in a red point, patient allergic to penicillin. So the patient should not be treated with the penicillin. So then we came out with other molecules of improved semi-synthetic penicillin. That is different issue. This we discussed in the antibiotic stewardship. So my topic to say is about allergies. You can see here, what are the allergies? These are the symptoms of allergy. Normally allergy is nothing but a hypersensitivity reaction to what? Whichever is the foreign materials which enters our body system. Foreign materials may be the food itself, what we eat, or the environment, what we inhale, or the dust, what is prevailing in the environment, that may cause allergy. And the symptoms are there, it is written trouble in breathing and wheezing. When anything goes in the body, we have trouble in breathing, wheezing comes. Or there may be hives, it may be development of some sort of tumor like hives. So as you see in the sneezing, runny nose, red and watery eyes, nausea, vomiting, diarrhea, swelling of our face. Swelling of our face, particularly when you eat something food, we call it ANE, angioneuratic edema. There will be swelling below the eyelids or swelling near on the lips. There will be swelling. Maybe because of some food what you have eaten. Maybe fish, maybe brinjal, maybe milk. See, this food may cause allergy. Or sometimes allergy, by drug also cause, or some insect bites like our what you call as any insect bites, you get this swelling. That is called ANE, angioneuritic edema. So these are the various symptoms. So the trouble in breathing, we see. I will tell you one thing, my dear young students. This allergy is only temporary. Its sequence may vary. It may be very fast, it may be slow, it may be intermediate, and ultimate is anaphylactic shock. This is very dangerous. We should not make anything go on anaphylactic shock. As we have discussed about, I have seen in my experience, there are cases, patients dying within fraction of seconds due to administration of penicillin those days. So anaphylactic shock. So the penicillin is not widely used, not total, it is used very rarely. In rheumatic fever, they use penicillin. Other than that, penicillin is not used. We have come out a newer drug like ampicillin, amoxicillin. So these drugs, the allergic reactions are very meager. So I will discuss about how to choose a drug molecule when it comes to drug allergy. So you can see the various symptoms of allergy. So allergy is a hypersensitivity reaction due to the various chemicals, maybe bacteria, maybe virus. So these are the various chemical and allergy symptoms. Next slide. You do it. Next slide. So we are just telling an allergy is hypersensitivity reaction by the immune system to substances. That is, allergy causing substances were called allergens. That are typically harmless. Normally, see, when you have some sort of dust, it is harmless. But when it goes inside, it triggers our receptors in the body, like H1 receptors, which is activating the symptoms. So right there, they are harmless basically, but when it goes inside, that gives problem like itching, sneezing, runny nose, and then redness in the eyes, maybe problem in the stomach, diarrhea, dysentery, maybe problem in the skin, dermatitis, urticaria, eczema. So these are the allergy symptoms. Just allergy is a brief discussing about hypersensitivity reaction. The common allergen includes pollen. That is pollen. Morning, whenever you see people who are doing walking, when you go in the morning, there will be pollen grains. When they inhale it, they have allergy, maybe sneezing, maybe difficulty in breathing. So these are the various incidences of allergy, allergen varieties. What are the different allergens? Allergens include pollen, dust, animal dander, certain foods, insect stings. Sometimes even I have seen patients who are having allergy with agarbatti, incense stick. Patients having allergy with hair dye, patient allergy with tortoise smoke oil. I have seen a case patient, hostel warden, allergic to vowel, bats allergy. It's a very rare incidence. One thing, my dear young students, a person allergic for one thing may not be same. The genetic coding will take place. I am allergic to one element today. I may not be allergic to same element after a few months. I may not be allergic to one element now, but I may become allergic to the same element after a few months. That is, genetic variation takes place. So this is for just clinical information, my dear young students. My dear students, the allergy is immune sensitivity reaction. See, in our body we have immunoglobulins. Immunoglobulins are there, which are defense mechanism. Immunity we call it. There are 4 types of immunoglobulin G, immunoglobulin M, immunoglobulin A, immunoglobulin D, and immunoglobulin E. Allergy reactions are normally mediated by this immunoglobulin E. In case of immunoglobulin G, which is present in abundance in our body, it's a blocking antibody, and it will help to overcome from the allergic reactions. What is the cause for? Because it is written in the next, genetic and environmental factor. When we see, in our clinic, we have a allergy management center in Bangalore. I am associated with that Bangalore Allergy Center in Jayanagar, where we do a lot of treatment, counseling, and medication therapy for allergy patients. We make a case history. How the case history? Genetic factor is one of the element for allergy. We have come across cases, father is allergic, he is taking a treatment with us, and he says, my son has also allergy. He is asking whether my son will have the allergy. We say, maybe. So genetic plays, and even many diseases, genetics are playing vital role. Next. And as you see in the slide, the common allergens are pollens from trees, grass and weeds, dust mites, mold spores, animal dander, food allergens. Food allergens, many are there. Peanuts, tree nuts, milk. Milk is one of the main source for allergy. That's why we see when we sell any milk products, we used to say milk allergy, be careful. So like that, the insect allergy, bee stings, wasp stings, anti-bites. And latex allergy is there, certain chemicals, cosmetics, cleaning agents, soaps allergies are there. So these are the various symptoms of allergy, various allergy causing products. Maybe synthetic products, latex, rubber allergy. So like that many factors are there which is causing allergy. Okay, next one. What are the symptoms? Because when you have allergy, we call it allergic rhinitis. Allergic rhinitis, that is watery flow. I did my research work in chemical warfare agents. That is a chemical. We call it CS. That is orthochlorobenzylidine malonitrile. When we spray it, people will inhale it and they will start running nose, running eyes, itching all over the body. So they will not do any violent activities. Those they will escape. They will escape from the scene. So the allergy is mainly, you start sneezing, rhinorrhea, water flowing in the nose, water flowing from the eye, blepharia. Like that many symptoms. These are the common symptoms. See, sneezing. You can see in the picture as well how that symptom. Sneezing is nothing but running nose, allergic rhinitis, hay fever. So like that many symptoms, there are severe symptoms only we should talk. The shortness of breath. I'll tell you, my dear young pharmacy students of clinical side, this allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis, if you don't take care, if you don't treat it, if you don't subside it, it may end in the wheezing, shortening of breath that may affect asthma, aggravate the conditions of asthma. So you have to control the allergy. I will tell you how to manage allergy, how to control allergy in my coming slides. This is seasonal allergy, means sometimes during the seasons the pollen grains will come. So that is only temporary. During that season you will have allergy. Later you will not be having that situations. So the first thing is triggered by pollen during specific season, and perennial allergy. Perennial allergy, I will tell you, my dear young students, this perennial allergy, if you take this curtain, if you take the bed, if you take the pillows, there are some dust. There are some dust which we cannot be seen by the naked eyes. They call it dust mites. I could not bring the slides of that. Dust mites are there. There are three dust mites, the Blomia and D. ferni. These are that they are live things. We cannot see it, but when it goes inside through the nose or through the eyes, that causes perennial. That is always permanent. Anyway, we have to sit in front of the curtain, so that dust mites will get absorbed and we will have allergy problem. That is a perennial problem. If we don't treat these perennial conditions, we may enter in a situation of wheezing, asthma condition may worsen. And food allergy. So that perennial allergies, I will once again explain later. And food allergies. I told you food allergies, particularly many foods are allergens. Many foods, which is allergy today, for example, tomato. I come across patients having allergy with tomato, patients having allergy with the lemon, patients having allergy with brinjal. So this problem varies from person to person and from population to population. So we have to see, if you see, suppose we are allergic to brinjal, I have to avoid it. If I am allergic to some food, you have to identify it and better to avoid. Avoidance is best as far as food allergy is concerned. You should go for an alternative. Insects, we cannot prevent. Insects are there everywhere. We cannot prevent it. If it stings, you get allergy. Bee sting. Honey bee, if it stings, you get redness, you get swelling, itching. So this we can make a remedy. I'll tell you about the treatment later, management. So insect bites will cause allergy. Drug allergies. I told you about the allergy about penicillin. Sulfur drug allergy. Those days we are giving the neurobion injection, B1, B6, B12. There are allergies of B1, thiamine hydrochloride. Maybe allergies of B6, B12. So pharmaceutical companies, we say we will give everything separately. When we combine together, we do not know allergy is caused by which element, which drug. So doctors are telling, there are some common rules also. We give B1 separately, B6 separately, B12 separately. But it is not possible all the time. I say many of the specialists, many of the medical, highly qualified doctors, suppose I give a formula for skin ointment, combination of an antihistamine, combination of antibiotic, combination of some steroid. Doctors, they don't like it. Because we need separate, specific treatment. So drug allergy is something which we'll discuss stage by step. What are the methodology? We used to do on drug allergy. I will tell you in my due course of discussion what is drug allergy, how to manage the drug allergy. Everything already DPT is there, drug provocation test and all we can do it. I will tell you. Skin allergy, of course, skin allergy is caused by many elements. It causes skin allergy, eczema, dermatitis, all those things. That's very much. Next slide. As I told you, my dear Dr. Pharmacy students, we have to find a diagnosis, how to do the diagnosis of allergies. By means of allergy sensitivity reaction, you can tell them. What are the sensitivities? Sneezing, coughing, itching, redness of eyes, allergic rhinitis, allergic conjunctivitis. So all these things like this. How to identify it? By means of physical examination, by verifying with the patient, by talking with the patient, by interacting with the patient, we get the details of allergy and then we decode it. And I told you about the genetic. We take the family history of the cases and then we record it. And then we also do this lung function test. When I told you allergic rhinitis, if you don't do it, there may be chances the patient may develop the tidal volume of the lung may decrease. That is called a TV. So we have to VT, tidal volume. So we do the lung function test, PFT, pulmonary function test. So we do all these things and assess the stage of allergy. So first we do the blood test. I'll come to the skin prick test. That is one of the very important, excellent method. Skin prick test. There are 210 allergens available. Totally 210 allergens, including food, environment, chemical, 210 allergens are there. How to do it? We cannot give 210 pricks. In the forearm only we do it. We do the allergens. We give a small prick of the allergens in the forearm. We call it SPT. SPT is skin prick test. Skin prick test. We do the allergen in the skin and this different allergens at same time, and we wait and observe which allergen is causing more swelling, more redness, more itching. So we identify and mark it. This patient is more allergic, this type of allergens. Okay. And then blood test also we can assess what are the antibodies that are present, and the blood test we can identify it. Okay, next one. Correct? Can you understand me? Huh? The treatment option. Treatment option, it is first to avoid. First to avoid. Wear mask. During Corona, without mask, nobody allowed. So first wear the mask. Particularly when you go for walking, when you go for marking. And I will tell you, my dear students, we used to advise the patients, even while sleeping, the dust mite will be there. So we used to advise the patient to wear the mask, so that while sleep, the dust will not go inside the nostrils. So this is the first avoidance. Avoidance, prevention is better than cure. So prevention is better than cure. So we avoid the entry of the allergens in the body. Of course, medications, as I told you, normally the allergy is caused because of the release of histamines. Normally we give antihistamines. As you all know, antihistamine, the problem is sedation, drowsiness. Many antibiotics there. And it is sometimes side effects are more. So we give it, for temporarily we give it. To just symptoms, to manage the symptoms, we give it. Antihistamine steroids are there, and the decongestant, nasal steroid sprays are there. Sprays like corticosteroids, all we give it. Many steroids, either steroidal anti-inflammatory agent or non-steroidal anti-inflammatory. All are basically anti-inflammatory, we give it. This has to be given long time, over a long period we have to give it. And now you see the immunotherapy. See, we are treating the symptoms by giving the medications. We are giving medications and reducing the symptoms. As I told you, allergy is caused because of the hypersensitivity of the IgE mediated immunoglobulin. So our IgG is a blocking antibody. So now we have to give, you have known about this, vaccination. Vaccination is nothing but we are giving the same disease-causing virus. For example, if you have hepatitis or poliomyelitis, we give the same. We say in Tamil, mullai mullal edukka vendum. Tamil, we say it. Mullai mullal edukka vendum. So, adu vandu eppadi edukradunaka, we cannot give a high dose to remove the disease-causing virus. We give a very low concentration, maybe live, power reduced, attenuated or inactivated virus or a dead virus. For many vaccines we give this, so that our body will enhance the immunity. So we will not have the problems. So now the immunotherapy for allergy. Immunotherapy allergy. I told you allergy caused by pollen glands, allergy caused by insects, mosquito. When a mosquito bites, I get itching, I get pain, I get swelling. So how to manage it? Mosquito is there everywhere. Evening 6 o'clock onwards, it enters in the house. So we have to manage it. How to manage? I will tell you now. And dust mite. So what we do in our center, not only our center, all over the world. Today is 28th. We are having a World Allergy Organization Allergy Week from Monday onwards. So anybody interested, you can contact me. I will share the details. Okay. So now we are going for immunotherapy. I told you immunotherapy we are giving it. The same allergy causing agent, we are isolating it, we are purifying it, and we extract the glycoprotein and protein from the allergens. The same allergen we are giving in a very, very, very low dosage forms. Initially it was subcutaneous intramuscular therapy, a kit, and that is not convenient for the patient. They have to go to the hospital, give it. Then we gave it in a drops form. The drops form, what happened, they may take a more dose or less dose. So not, that is US FDA didn't approve that the drops form. Now we have got slit tablets. Slit tablet, as I told you, the allergen causing allergen, we isolate, extract and make it in a sublingual tablet. Sublingual tablet, and we ask them. There are two techniques to control the allergy, because see, allergy, when you have the standard of life will become not good. When we are working in office, in IT office, when you go to the office and stop sneezing, itching, is a hindrance for the other staffs. And people will not try to avoid you, because nowadays people are health conscious. So they want to avoid you. But you have to take care. So now we are giving this. See, we cannot overcome allergy symptom overnight. So we give you a pharmacotherapy, like steroids, antihistamine tablets, as immunotherapy. Immunotherapy, we are extracting the same allergen, very, very low dose of about 50 microgram. We make it in our research center, and then we give it in a sublingual dosage form, daily 1 or 2, maximum 2. Daily 1 or 2, along with the pharmacotherapy, steroids, and then this slit tablets. Slit tablets are sublingual immunotherapy tablets, sublingually kept, either 1 or 2. Depending on the severity of infection, allergy will give it. And slowly when the allergy enhances, allergy sensitivity decreases, immunity tolerance increases, so we slowly withdraw the pharmacotherapy. So pharmacotherapy, immunotherapy, first we have to identify allergy is caused by what element. If it is food means, we have to avoid the food. If it is drug means, we have to avoid the particular drug. Give alternative drug of the same pharmacological effect. If it is environmental allergy, the allergens we make in the tablets, pollen grains, insects or dust mites, we make in tablets and give to them along with the pharmacotherapy. So this is about a long-term treatment of allergy, rhinitis, asthma. This is a long-term, but non-avoidable. We have to take it regularly. Okay, understand? Next. This is the prevention of allergies. I told you, keep the sofa, bedroom neat and clean. That is, dust mite is the major disease, allergen causing pollutants. So you do these activities, so the dust will not be there, and you will have the clean environment, all those things. You maintain a healthy, neat and clean room. Okay? That is the message here. Huh? Managing chronic allergies, regular use of medications as prescribed, and monitor symptoms and maintain a healthy environment, and recognize signs of severe allergy reaction. That is like I told you about ANE, angioneuritic edema, and then rhinitis, wheezing problem. Identify it, keep in touch with the allergy physician regularly, consult with him periodically, and take a proper remedy. Next, man. Next இருக்கா அவ்வளோதான் இருக்கா இன்னொரு ஸ்லைடு வரலையா அது this is okay, this is about we give a patient's leaflet along with the therapy, what is allergy, whatever I told you now, whatever I told you, we make it in a format, and we give how to be taken, these silly tablets, and then how long to be taken, when to take. If you miss one dose you miss it, you should not repeat it, or should not add on to it. Because these are all biologicals, biosimilars, we have to give only the particular dose. This is a message in this leaflet. If you want, I will share this leaflet. If you want, I will share it. Same thing, it continues here. Next. And this is one interesting message. This is our research product of myself, another senior scientist. Because normally this is called wonder drug of nature. Wonder drug of nature, particularly in Tamil Nadu, a place like Tamil Nadu, the manjal. Manjal and the வெளியே பூசினாக்கா it is cosmetic. It is cosmetic. It is antiseptic. The same manjal, that is curcumin, turmeric, which has got lot of medicinal property. If you see in the Google it, you can get plenty of medicines. My dear student, I am doing this. I am doing it. It has got antioxidant property. It has got anti-cancer property. It has got anti-Alzheimer's diseases. It has got anti-inflammatory activity. So many. It enhances the immunity. So we give this. The problem with the curcumin is solubility and bioavailability for intestine. Very poorly bioavailable, not absorbed properly. So we are giving this as a chocolate. It needs a fat lipid medium. The curcumin needs a lipid medium for better absorption. So we give in a chocolate form. And in a buckle, just keep it chewables. Chocolate chewables, it is called C-Jalo. That will have an anti-inflammatory activity and increases the immunity power. Anything else? This is the image of the tablets. See, sublingual immunotherapy tablets, you can see our license number, the register number of the patient, intended for use by named patient as a personalized medicine. The medicine which I take should not be taken by another person. It is a precision medicine. And it has to be taken as directed by the physician. It contains allergens. You should not exceed the dose. These are I can share you also. Okay? Okay. In conclusion, we are trying to make the world allergy free. So you control your environment, keep yourself safe, and have an allergy free life. Thank you, my dear.
So thank you for your such a wonderful title, sir. Your speech is really informative. And I want, as a chairperson, I want to give you a summary. So, sir started with the allergy definition. An allergy is a hypersensitive reaction to the foreign protein when it enters into our body. And sir explained different types of allergy. The first one is contact allergy, inhalant allergy, ingestant allergy, injectable allergy. And also he told about the immunoglobulins, that is responsible for the most allergy cases, that is the immunoglobulin E. Yeah, sir. And sir explained about the drug allergy. Here I would like to mention not only penicillin, for concerning the quinoline antibiotics also sometimes giving the severe adverse reaction. That is we consider allergy. It shouldn't be given to the children under the age of 12, isn't it, sir? Because they don't have the enzymes in their body to metabolize that particular molecule, quinoline antibiotics. Yes, sir. Particularly ciprofloxacin, it induced the arthritis for children concerned. I think most of the PharmD and BPharm students are aware about that. You have to refer the BNF, British National Formulary, about that. And other things, food allergies are told. Here I would like to mention the soy protein. Soy protein is highly dangerous one for male concern. Definitely if you are eating so many dishes prepared with soy protein, that is soya chunks, that it induces the male gynecomastia. So you have to test it if you want. So almost male concern, it is a highly dangerous food for my concern, because I have seen so many people, they have developed the gynecomastia after they consume the heavy quantity of that soya chunks. That biryani they added, and so many the South Indian, North Indian Yeah, sir, it should be limited. There is a warning also. It should be limited quantity, 5 grams or 50 grams at most. So that also I want to mention. And sir explained the different kind of treatment, including the antihistamines, that and also decongestant and steroidal therapy, then epinephrine in case of the anaphylaxis shock. So thank you very much, sir, for your highly informative session. And I would like to invite the delegates. You could ask the questions if you have any doubt on this topic, please.
The session is now open for the discussion. The delegates are encouraged.
Feel free to ask any questions, my dear pharmacy students. I am here to give explanations. Feel free. Don't hesitate, because your doubt is make me more and more effective. Your doubt will make you stronger and stronger. Ask any questions. Don't hesitate. Don't afraid. Ask anything question. Even if it is a really layman question, ask it. Ask it. Only when you ask, you will get clarified. If you don't get it now, I am available. If you don't immediately get any doubt, if you want to clarify anything, I am available anytime. You can ask through the department. They know my contact details. You can ask me any doubts. Not only the allergy, any other areas, antimicrobial stewardship, antimicrobial resistance. I have one team. We have a team. We come out, in fact, a new molecule, particularly for chronic urinary tract infections and hospital-acquired pyelonephritis, pneumonia. We have come out with a new molecule of beta-lactamase inhibitor, N-methyl-tazobactam, with cephalosporin cefepime. It is approved first time, Indian scientist product approved by US FDA as well as European Medical Agency. Ex-Filipep, it is the product name. Can you play that audio? Play panna mudiyuma? I got a video. Huh? Okay, no problem. Okay, you ask any questions. Okay.
I think no more question, I think so. From audience side.
The delegates are encouraged to share their queries. If the delegate has any queries, you are encouraged to ask.
Yes, sir, that is better. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much.
Now I invite Dr. Professor Gokulnathan sir to present the memento and certificate to Dr. A.K. Jnanachandran sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I request Dr. Subhashni ma'am to honor our chairperson, Dr. Raghunathan Muthuswamy sir.
IQA databases includes MIDAS, PADS, LRX, channel dynamics to deliver actionable insights for clients. His comprehensive industrial experience and strategic leadership skills, Anjan Kumar would be a valuable contributor and thoughtful leader in any forum. He is responsible for proposal development, end-to-end project execution, research planning, practice development, ensuring timely delivery and quality outputs. Over years, Anjan has successfully led and delivered strategic projects across various therapeutic areas and global markets. His work grounded in exhaustive research, data-driven insights, and use of advanced analytical tools. Okay, prior to the IQA, Anjan has joined hands-on experience in clinical trials, formulation development, and further strengthening his practical understanding of pharma landscape. So I welcome Sir Anjan Sir to deliver his lecture. Sir.
Hello. Thank you everyone. Thanks to delegates and thanks to students. First of all, I would like to So first of all, sincere thanks to Muruganathan sir to bringing me over here and giving me the opportunity to talk about my work and my experience over here today. Thank you. Okay. So before starting to that particular topic, my topic is actually it's market assessment projects and disease burden estimation. So when you call it as like disease burden, so what is disease? Everybody know about it. Any particular person who is ill or able to identify it from signs and symptoms, they are considered to be as a deceased, right? Is there any other definition which you people feel it? Anyone? No, right? So everyone is busy. Yeah, okay, go and talk. Fine. So understanding the deceased person and their burden, and we estimate them. So that is called disease burden estimation. So I'm using the word called estimation. Is there any way that we think about it like is the patients are already available in the place? So why do we need to estimate it? Anyway, any other answers? No, right? So imagine the situation. If I wanted to find out a particular group of people who are deceased in the whole country, is it possible for me to look for the whole country to understand how many patients, exact patients who are suffering from the disease? Not possible, right? Take an example with tuberculosis. Definitely, if you test the air, microorganisms will be there as an anti-tuberculosis. So definitely it will be there in the air. But we are not getting affected because of the immunity. So if I look into that, how many patients are suffering or how many patients have been affected with tuberculosis? So what is the best way to do it? It's mainly with the signs and symptoms, right? Who have been actually affected or infected, then only we are able to find it out, right? So that is my area of expertise, where we always look for the particular patients, group of patients who are important for us to look for it. So why it is important? So if you look into the value chain of pharmaceutical industry, it's the pharmaceutical industry who puts in their R&D effort, and that is a way that where we do research, and that will be encapsulated in the terms of revenue, right? Okay. So before going to that particular direction, I'll just talk about, Senthil sir already explained about what I have done and what is my qualification. So before going to that particular level, just I would like to introduce a brief about myself, that I am Anjan Kumar. I have done M.Pharm and B.Pharm from JSS University, Mysore, and specialization in pharmacy practice. And after that, I have done MBA. So before going to that, after B.Pharm, I got through campus selection, through a pharmaceutical industry called Strides Arcolab. I worked there for 6 months. I got an opportunity to work in formulation development. So that's the first time where I'm able to touch the punching machines, you can understand. So that's a great opportunity, and even I got an opportunity to work with parenterals and soft gelatin capsules. So this is my experience. So why I'm talking about all these things? Because any specific things when it comes to the reach of excipients adverse events, you need to know the process exactly how it happens in the pharmaceutical industry. So that always helps me to understand, for simple example, let's say a new pharmaceutical capsule has came into that market and one person got allergic to that. So everybody's thinking about it's a molecule, that led to the adverse event. But when it go back to the particular situation, that particular capsule has been, usually they use as mineral oil or coconut oil. So that mineral oil led to the allergic reactions to the specific patient. Though they clean it, but still there are certain excipients which will be there that led to the cause of adverse event or side effect. So Dr. Nyanchandran, sorry, I don't remember the name of that doctor, Nyanendran, right? Nyanendran, sorry, Nyanendran. So Dr. Nyanendran talked about side effects or allergic symptoms. So these are all the places where it would lead to. So don't go into the direction of, okay, I know about the drug, yes, that is the side effect. So look into all the aspects of the particular section to think about it, what would need to go for that particular direction that can lead to the side effects. Clear? Good. So today I'm going to talk about just a disease burden estimations, methodologies considered, impact of disease burden in the pharmaceutical industry, case studies and few applications, and future trends in disease burden estimations. Okay? In pharma industry. So everyone will talk about pharma industry. Why? Because those are the specific companies or those are the specific sponsors who takes us for their work. Yes or no? So when we're talking as pharmaceutical industry, that is the pharmacist, we support them. Right? So whether that particular team who would be, what qualification they are looking at, that's a different thing. But this is the things where we need to look for it, and what pharmaceutical industry, why they do it. That's the one thing which we need to understand. It's nothing but understanding the impact of health problems, individuals, and quantifying morbidity, disability, and mortality. So before going to one point, I don't know about the syllabus of pharmacy practice in the different way, like what is incidence, mortality, prevalence, QALY, DALY. Have people read that as well in your syllabus? Right? So that is very much important, and definitely, like we study that in our syllabus, we don't know their applications. That's a major problem. I won't say that it's a major problem because that is a place where I don't put in my effort. I have studied analysis in my BPharm, but I don't see anywhere in my current profile. That is the reason. But whenever there is any specific syllabus which has been adopted to you from any of the university, please read it properly. So don't think that in, like, let's say, usually in North India, it's like either, even in some institutions in Andhra Pradesh also, it's MPC, that's mathematics, physics and chemistry, and in other institutions gives like BPC or something like that. But in certain universities gives PCMB, right? We decide at +2 level itself to think whether I wanted to go for the medical field, whether I wanted to go for the engineering field, but nobody knows about the fate, right? So prepare as much as possible, whatever the syllabus, whatever the subject which has been given to you and which is there in your syllabus, prepare it. And don't think that I wanted to go to industry and let's say pharmacology may not be important. So don't ignore that. You don't know when that particular subjects would be helpful for you and utilized for you. So because of that context when I'm talking about it, one of my head of the department, I don't name that person, so he's very strict, okay? After my BPharm, after my, I got into MPharm. Before getting into that MPharm, imagine in counseling room, I wanted to do it only in Mysore because of the affordability and accessibility factors. And Sutix was available, and I couldn't make out like whether I wanted to go for Sutix or pharmacy practice. So that was the situation where I was in, and I was forced to get into the pharmacy practice. Actually, I cried, what should I do? My head of the department, I'm really scared about him. So actually, he's strict. That is the thing, like he's not wrong or he's not bad, he's strict. So what happens, ultimately, like how can I complete 2 years with him? So that's the things happen. But really, to be frank with you, because of that person and because of that course, I'm still able to survive and able to feed the family. Okay, so whatever the things which comes up, please take it positively. Okay, so role in pharmaceutical development, we know that, like companies prioritize research, development efforts, ensuring they address health issues and significantly affect patient populations and healthcare systems, right? So you know what is meant by disease burden and what is the role of pharmaceutical development. So this is a niche area which I would like to explain about it. In any of the pharmaceutical industry, I would say not necessarily to be pharmaceutical industry, let's say, new phone about to come into the market. How many products or how many units which I need to manufacture? This is the major question, anyone will get it, right or wrong. This is the major question most of the companies will deal with. It's not necessarily only pharmaceutical products. Even if you go with electronic products, I would say automobile industry, electric vehicles, sorry. So how do you decide on it? Like how many vehicles are BYD, the Chinese company, which bring into the country? It's very difficult, right? Sitting over here, I need to think about like what exactly the numbers which I need to manufacture. How many vehicles I need to import? Who are the people who is going to buy? That's a major question. Most of the pharmaceutical industry also get into that. Who are my targets? How many products which I need to go for? What are the specific indications which I need to try for it? So this is the major problem pharmaceutical industries dealt with, and the particular process or the projects which I do it comes into that particular era. So IQVIA is one of the major company where they dealt with secondary desk research. I'll explain about like secondary desk research, what you meant by that, and the data analytics as well. So these are the places where they are mainly into, and we sell and provide solutions to pharmaceutical industries. When we think about solutions, not exactly as a solution, it is the problem solving capability what we had internally to provide to that level. Okay? Now, everyone, most of you would have been know this, right? Product life cycle. Right. So this is a typical product life cycle, and if you go with electronic products, let's say a new iPhone, might be 16, I think, 15 or 16, I don't remember it. Okay. If it comes to the market, how it will be? When it comes initially, the first day, the whole, whosoever has like Apple fan lovers, they go to that shop and they will be waiting till that shop opens. That would be the scenario in US I'm talking about it, not in India. So imagine this hype will be for 1 month. Second month, it will go down. I would say it matures. Third month, it will goes down. Right? Do you agree with that? Now, the next question comes up. Who are the people who are waiting till the morning? Are the people who have already had the phones, or who are going to buy for the new phones? Pardon? Can I go this? Sure, thank you. Yeah. Any answer? Anything would be fine. Apple phone lovers. Any idea? This is a typical difficult question, right? So who would be the people who would be looking for that particular products to buy for the first time? Yes or no? Okay. So this is the same situation what we are into. So this is a typical, the product life cycle. Anything which starts, especially the pharmaceutical products, mainly it starts with clinical trial phases, preclinical, animal studies, phase 1, 2, 3, and 4. So 4, usually the post-marketing surveillance. And this particular early phase, usually pharmaceutical industries want to decrease it as much as possible. Is it possible? The clinical trial phase, the early phase, what we are talking about it, is it possible to decrease it? As for the traditional way, we have to go through all the phases, right? No other options, no other alternatives. There are certain cases, there are regulatory glitches. If you plan it, your product in a proper way, you are able to decrease that particular early phase into specific phases. Okay? And that's a different process, like how they do that exactly. So in regulatory, like if you're going for PDUFA, that is one thing, and orphan drug designations. So these are all the specific ways that where you are able to decrease your phases and bring into that market as early as possible. And when you call that as a market, is it always a market, sub-market? In industry, we call that as market as a country. Okay? So the next phase is the middle phase. You know that like introduction phase, growth phase, maturity, decline. And definitely that goes to the late competition. The generics will enter into that market. So I'm not going to explain each and everything. You people know about it. Like this is the typical product life cycle which follows in the pharmaceutical industry. Though this particular curve will vary from product to product, therapeutic area to the therapeutic area. Okay? Cool? However, this phases remain same for n number of products at any specific therapeutic area. Good. So we call that as like evolution. Imagine the situation, just I asked you about a question. If I wanted to know how many patients are suffering from that particular disease, how do I need to take the decision? Usually in the pharmaceutical industry, we call that as thumb rule. Okay? That's a particular word which you use it in the terminologies. It's like tukkamar, that's in Hindi word they use it. It's like thumb rules. So how do they decide on it? Okay, go for 10 million, go for 20 million. So that particular process doesn't work in the future. Why? Because we are predicting something without any specific reason. If there is no proper reason, nobody would accept it. So that is a place where we need to think about what are the different ways which I can decide how to go to that particular extension to think whether it's a 10 million or 20 million. Okay? So this is called market estimations. And this would be required for any industry. Clear? So imagine one of the example which I would like to give it. Everyone is aware about like compact disc, CDs, right? So the next generation of CDs, the Blu-ray discs came into that market. So you might remember that, still it is old. And that how many units or how many units I'm talking about, let's say, the devices where it reads the Blu-ray discs. How many units they need to manufacture? That was a major question. So they went into that particular question of case study, understanding how many people are using CD disc devices or CD readers. It's a very difficult situation. Even in the CPU also we do have it, laptops we do have it, and we do have it in a different, let's say, the CD units as well. Unpredictable. And also it is not very expensive, that it's not like a CT machine or PET scans. Though it is not at all expensive. Anyone can afford it, right? So in that type of situation, we need to go into that direction of understanding how we need to go to that level of numbers. Whatever it could be the numbers, nobody would understand that numbers, whether you are giving the 10 million or 20 million. But you need to go with the specific methodology and approach to bring into that numbers. That is very much important. So this is the marketing terminologies which comes into. When a pharmacist is building, so these are specific questions which will be asked in marketing questions. You people will think about it, I am the PharmD student, I am the pharmacy practice student, and why do I need to worry about marketing? So this is the point where I also thought about it when I joined my, after joining MPharm, I joined Pharma Kinetic Solutions. So they connected with IMS Health, and they moved to, merged with Quintiles, and they became IQVIA. I thought of, there are certain ways I have observed when the particular question comes up, the people, those are from the marketing field, IIMs, IITs, they are more smarter than me. I am more of a research-oriented person and more into the books, but their thinking was entirely different in terms of pharmaceutical marketing. So definitely, we are also smart. I'm not talking about like we don't have that capability to think about it. The concept we don't know. That's the thinking. Okay? So that's why I did my PG diploma in business marketing. During my course only, I have completed my course during my work itself. So just to make sure, I should not spend more on it. It's just a syllabus that helps you a lot. It's not from the colleges always. Okay? So how do you do this disease burden estimations? This is a major point, right? We talked about questions. How do you do it? How do you do it? Any idea? So we rely upon epidemiological studies or the studies which has been already been done and published. This is the place where we will find our best information to go for that estimation. I'll talk about the next slide, like how we do that exactly. But remember, these are the specific sources which are very important for us to understand to go into the disease burden estimations. Clear? So in studies, there are multiple studies. So like Senthil sir has published around more than 45 articles. All the articles are important for us to do these estimations? Sometimes, yes. Imagine a situation where a pharmaceutical industry approaches you to understand what is my transdermal market or transdermal patches market. How are you going to think about it? It's very difficult, right? Sitting at one place thinking about like how many people are going to use transdermal patches. So you will have a proper methodology to bring into that level. Let's say which indications you are looking for. What are different indications where transdermal patches can be used? Identify it. Look for the next level. What are all the specific situations? Is it a stage dependent or is it indication dependent where that particular patches can be used for long term or chronic care? Go to the next level. Okay, so this is called the way that you do it in as a differential diagnosis. The different diagnosis will be there. Finally, you come to an alternative hypothesis, and finally you suggest based on the signs and symptoms and the specific process you are going to identify as a specific disease, right? So even we have the multiple measurements and multiple tests for each and every set. However, in the pharmaceutical industry also, we follow a certain process to come into that level to get into perfect numbers. Though it is not a perfect, that's why we call it as an assumptions or with assumptions and caveats we produce it, we call that as an estimations. Nobody in this world gives the exact number. Okay? So this is the epidemiological studies, we do that. And next comes up, data modeling techniques. So I know everyone will apply a diagnosis rate, you will get certain number of cases, right? Let's say you have total population in the country, and the next comes it like how many people, incidence or prevalence, how many people getting diagnosed from the prevalence. Let's say 80% of the people will get diagnosed. There are still XX, YY, there are certain, if I remember the particular test, what we do in the 4 into 4, like false positive, false negative, right? So there are certain situations where we are not able to identify all the patients, still there is a 20% available. There are certain cases which will be run with an artificial intelligence to understand the 20%. The gap also will be filled. Now the question, I'm going to identify the 20% gap. I'm just giving the hypothetical situation of 80% is diagnosed. There are patients existed, but according to artificial intelligence, the 20%, that also will be gap will be filled. But when I tell this question to the marketing team, this indication is a big indication and you are going to do much more business. So think about it, tap it. Where is the 20%? So that person will definitely ask me, can you show me the 20% where they are available? Not possible, right? Imagine in this particular group, how many people are using Apple iPhones? I'm just giving the hypothetical situation. Okay, how many people are using Apple iPhones? If I go to that particular direction of looking at what phone you use it, I'm not able to predict that, okay, this group would be Apple phone lovers or this group would be Android lovers. Not possible, right? I need to go to that extent of understanding. So how I need to do modeling? I need to look for how many people have already loved or used Apple phones, whether they are inclined towards using that phones or they wanted to increase their passion in the future. So this is the way I need to create that particular statistical model to think about, apply for it and think how many people would be using it. Clear? I know it's very hot and humid and I'm giving the particular things which are like OHP. In my area, that time it was like OHP, that's overhead projector. Okay? So whatever it's like goes away. The way that aerodynamic works with automobile industry. So the way you process the aerodynamic activity in that car, the faster it goes. Okay? So we do patient surveys as well and interviews. So why do we need to do that? So the first source will be epidemiological sources or epidemiological studies where we need to look for multiple articles or the multiple information where we can identify and think about how to do that particular process. Next will be in expert interviews. Definitely. The doctors or the specialists who are into that particular field, they are the masters in that. So if let's say, if I go into that specific indication, tuberculosis, I would go for like type 2 diabetes. How many patients in type 2 diabetes are looking for weight management as well? Very difficult question, right? So there are few drugs which has I won't say it's a side effect, it's an added effect of the product. I think Byata, that is exenatide, so which reduces the body fat as well. along with the type 2 diabetes, right? So if any patient who are obese, I'm not able to give sulfonylureas because it increases the, it does weight gain, right? I need to have a tailored approach to think about how many patients are obese, where I need to think about not to give sulfonylureas, rather than that sulfonylureas, I need to plan for other drugs. There we have a lot of alternatives, right? So this is the place where it comes to the pharmaceutical world to understand what would be the potential patients who would be looking for my products. Okay? So though the concept is very, very easy, it's just a disease burden estimation. When it comes to the estimation and providing a proper solution to the clients, it takes your brain. Takes in the sense, not exactly the brain, you have to use your brain. Okay? None of the artificial intelligence agents or models doesn't help you out. Cool? So one is patient surveys and interviews and expert consultations. So these are the people who are dealing with the patients on a regular basis, gives you a certain numbers. From that particular number or the rates, which you need to apply it over to the final model to get into the specific numbers. Let's say, if you don't get any specific articles or the publications. If I get publications, it's very easy. Let's say, out of 100 patients, 20 patients wanted to reduce their weight. Okay, so wanted and need to decrease. There's a difference. Wanted is nothing but a perception or perceive. I am obese according to me, as per my BMI. Okay, but do I need to reduce my weight? Doctors will decide on it. So this is the place where I need to connect with the doctors to understand out of your 100 patients, how many patients would require to decrease a weight. Clear? Able to get the factor? Okay, now the question comes up. How many doctors I need to plan? How many doctors I can check whether they are smart enough to give me that information? It's very difficult, right? Again, the next question comes up. The statistical model comes up. How many doctors, if I do an interview, which gives me a proper information so that I can update in my model? Again, this is also a big question. Usually in statistical analysis, we tell minimum of 30 patients will give you exact picture, bell curve, which provides you that information. Will all the doctors will give you a complete information? The doctors whom you are approaching, the 30 doctors, let's take in 30 doctors. Will all the doctors have that information to give you a proper information? Not possible, right? We apply a particular criteria called screening criteria. Okay? So it might be 30 doctors. You wanted to connect only 30 doctors, but you might need to connect with 40 doctors. There are certain questions which you need to plan for it. In a screening criteria, as much as stricter you are going to do that, you are going to decrease your numbers, narrow down the numbers. However, if you decrease more, you may not get the enough numbers. Okay? There the specific criteria comes up, how you plan to get into that exact numbers, which will be helpful for you to take that numbers. So this particular process called PMR, that is primary market research. Okay? So there are two parts. That is, one is the IDR, that is the looking for the epidemiological surveys, that is called integrated desk research. Okay? And the process which you follow with the particular doctors, that's called PMR, primary market research. Clear? Now, we have looked into what you mean by disease burden estimations and why do pharmaceutical industries require for it and who does it, when it does it. The next question comes up, whether are you able to do it at your level? At your level in the sense like where we are sitting. We can't go to US to understand how many people are suffering from a rare disease, right? We have to rely upon the certain publications and the interviews which can be conducted to look into that particular numbers. So target selection and prioritization. Again, I was talking about, let's give an example. One pharmaceutical industry approached me, I would say that. So they wanted to manufacture a multi-venom or multi-poison venom, the snake bites, for their company. So multi-snake venom would be like viper, that is Rajabangaras, that is, I would say, the black cobra. Okay, so there are different types of snakes in different parts of the world. They wanted to do a multi-venom vaccine, I would say, the venom, anti-venom, for their manufacturing unit. So it's very difficult, right? I can't ask snake like how many bites you're going to do it in a regular year. It's not possible, right? Snakes never give an answer. So the only way which I can go for it here is how many bites happened in the particular time period. And what are the different snake bites, types of snakes which has happened in that country. So based on that particular prediction, I am able to give an idea, okay, this many bites would have happened from this snake and other snake. So based on this many bites would happen. Doesn't mean that the same number would repeat in the next year also. Correct? So if I know I'm going to get a snake bite at the particular place, I never go to that place, right? I'll be more cautious. So the same person may not be bitten again. So this is an assumption and the caveat which I need to apply to understand how do you estimate the number of bites in the particular time period. Okay? So next. So this is also helpful for resource allocation. When it comes to the point as resource allocation, I would like to put it on where as sales force. Let's say this is the number of patients who would be required for the treatment and how many doctors are there whom I need to target to detail, to go into that level of channeling or go into the detailing of that particular doctors, how many representatives I need to deploy. So all these particular points revolve around the number of patients. Clear? So value-based pricing. How this will be helpful for pricing? Any idea? In certain countries, the pricing will be decided upon the different multiple factors. I'm using the different multiple factors. Cool? I'll explain to you. Certain countries has reference pricing. Certain countries has value-based pricing. So when it comes to oncology, it is most of the situation is value-based pricing. However, that depends upon R&D, how much they have spent on it. For a simple trastuzumab, when it came into the market of Herceptin for breast cancer, so the cost definitely Dr. Priyank can give the exact numbers. It is around 10 to 12 lakhs for one cycle or two cycles. Is it possible for a patient to afford? Pharmaceutical industry doesn't understand that level. So this much is my R&D cost and this is the way that I need to get into as, I would say, return on investment for this particular break-even points or break-even years. That's it. So how do I need to go into that particular direction? If you come to India, if you sell your products, though this is the particular price which you are bringing in, however, if you decrease this particular price, this many patients will increase. And you are going to serve and help this many patients for the life. So that particular break-even point, we call that as break-even point. Let's say, if I put in like 100 rupees on this particular day, and if somebody will tell like after 10 days, you will going to get like 150 rupees. So that's fixed. If it's like a fixed deposit, okay? If I need to increase it for another 10 days, I might get another 10 rupees more. So that is a place where I'm going to tap it to provide it. If you go with another 10 days, how that will be helpful for you to bring in more business for your company. Make sense? That's called value-based pricing. So when it goes to reference pricing, there are certain countries which follows in Europe where they follow the specific country pricing. Let's say the product has been not into that market yet and they need to bring in those particular product into that market. They goes into the direction which are the specific European countries, the specific product is already available. What is the price which is available? So if based on the GDP, they will decide on the price. Okay? So GDP, that's also important, right? Macroeconomic points. And health economic outcomes, definitely. Any specific product which has been compared with another product, you need to understand how beneficial that product would be. So I was talking about like how many patients you are going to treat and how much revenue it's going to bring in, right? So we call that as like cost utility analysis, drug benefit analysis, or risk benefit analysis. There are multiple analysis which we do that to get into that product for the reimbursements. To go for that reimbursement, it is very important to understand how many patients you are going to treat, how many patients you are going to treat with drug A and drug B, and what are the beneficial financial parameters which you are going to bring into the market or the government. Okay, so that's called health outcomes research. Clear? Now, so again, innovative drug launches, it's the specific thing, everyone knows about it. If I wanted to bring in a new product, so definitely in pharmaceutical, in let's say, if I take an example for KD Tripathi, I would have referred 4th edition or 5th edition, I don't remember, so might have been revised now. So there are many drugs has been added to get into that particular book. So if that book has not been updated also, there are many monoclonal antibodies has been added, right? So why do or how do pharmaceutical industry thinks about to bring in a new molecule and that to a new indication, or why? It's very difficult, right? So that is called innovative drug launches. To think about doesn't mean that the research has happened, that's why okay we will bring it. So pharmaceutical industry always thinks about like which one is the best area where they can enter, and they will be watching this particular process in the background, looking for new indications, new targets at that specific indications, and also not necessary to be at that new indication, within that indication which line of therapy which they can plan for it. And also in certain situations, though the product is already launched in second line, they always try to look for the line 1 also, because that increases their patient pool. They are going to conduct clinical trials and regulatory approvals, that's a second process, but why do you look for that level 1 or line 1 as well? Correct? So increase their patient pool, increase their revenue at earlier stage to pass into that break-even points as early as possible. Clear? Definitely enhance patient outcomes. Now, we just talked about everything, right? How do we do that? Why do we do that? When do we do that? Where our pharmacist role becomes a major point that can be helpful, whether the AI or what you call Gemini doesn't help us into that level. This is the place where pharmacist can provide a best information to any one of the system. It's called diagnostic algorithm for indication. This is just an hypothetical example which I have given it for one of the indication. We need to do it on a regular basis for multiple indications. So why it is important? In India? So because client has asked very clearly how many patients they need to target. Very simple question, straightforward question. Why do you need to spend my time on creating this particular diagnostic algorithms? In India? So people knew it, or people don't want to answer it? It's okay, fine. So the question comes up, until unless you have a proper etiology and pathophysiology, you are not able to go into the direction of methodology. Okay? And each and every indication has its unique diagnostic procedures to go into that level of identifying the disease patients, and once you identify the disease patients, how are you going to treat them? So this is the place where pharmacist plays a major role, and certain situations not necessary to be, we always follow treatment guidelines. Everyone is aware about treatment guidelines, right? There are certain situations nobody would follow the treatment guidelines also. To be frank with you, when I was doing MPharm, I got affected with, I got ill with typhoid, and I'm not able to go to college for more than 10 days. So my family doctor treated me with broad category antibiotics. That time the getafloxacin was available and ofloxacin was available. So that didn't help me out. So I went to another doctor. He gave me a chloramphenicol. It worked for me. Within 3 days, I am okay, and hair fall happened. So due to the side effects and due to the typhoid as well, and I'm able to recover and become normal. If you go with the guidelines, so it is always suggestive that for typhoid, you have to go with broad category antibiotic, or this is the antibiotic which you need to give it for 3 days or 4 days, BID, TID. So this is the way that it goes for it. So chloramphenicol is a very old drug. And as per the guidelines, it has been updated with, you have to go with cephalosporins, you have to go with fluoroquinolines. This is the way that the treatment goes. Why? There are certain situations the patient doesn't respond to certain type of drugs. So that's why we need to go into the direction to understand this is the treatment guideline which is talking about to identify the specific diagnosed patients. However, do all the patients will be carried out with the typical process which they need to follow? Take an example for Indian context also. If I have an eye problem, so I don't go to a GP, right? Directly I go to ophthalmologist. I know that is a person who is going to treat me. So as per the process, what happens? First I need to go to GP, they will refer, hey, this is an eye problem. Why you have come to? Definitely they won't tell that why you have come. So they will tell like, okay, this is an ophthalmological problem and this is a specialty problem, please go to ophthalmologist, right? So if you need to tap the patients, let's say, fine. If you are a medical representative and I need to go and talk to the doctor, if any patient comes with this particular situation, go with and prescribe this medication. So for an ophthalmological problem, do I need to go with an ophthalmologist or a GP? This is the logic where you need to apply from your experience and from your knowledge. Okay? So doctors never tell you like, don't call that patient. They are ready to treat any number of cases or any particular disease ailment. You need to understand the specialty area. Okay? So that's why we build in the diagnostic algorithms for each and every indication. And if you see over here on the right side, there are certain countries' flags which was there. So one is for US and Europe. So there is a changes in the guidelines. There is a changes in the particular patient flow in particular country. You need to understand that particular glitch to go into that direction. Clear? So this is one of the indication, that is sarcopenia. So what are the specific guidelines which are available in the particular countries and when it was updated and what is that particular information which they are giving it, whether it's a low muscle mass or the low muscle strength or low physical performance. This is very much important for any of the indication. If anyone talks about like typhoid or any specific fever, we are not going to just talk about just the spike in temperature, right? We have to look for other symptoms. So definitely doctor will ask like whether you have chills or you get the chills only in the night or morning. There are certain questions which will be asked, right? Based on the differential diagnosis only, they are going to identify the specific disease. So you need to have a proper pathophysiology, etiology and the diagnostic information for that specific disease. Clear? Go depth. Now, this is the patient flow I was talking about it. So if I can give an example, this is the patient journey overview for one of the indication for type 2 diabetes and type 1. So if you see over here, it's type 1 and type 2. Don't mind like whether type 1 happens only for one patient and type 2 for two patients. It's just an image, okay? So it can happen to anyone. And it goes to public health care, private health care, primary, secondary, tertiary. So this is a typical flow which we follow for the treatment algorithm to provide the best treatment understanding. Okay? Clear? So this is the typical flow of the patients when we give it number of patients who are suffering from that specific disease. So though it looks complicated, but it is not complicated because client looking at the specific age groups and the specific parameters to look for it. So hence we have to go for that direction because one of the example hypothetical situation which I gave it to you, right? So number of patients who are suffering from in the specific time period, how many requires a weight gain medication or weight decrease medication. So if you look into here, the incident cases, total diabetes cases, T1 diam cases, and treated cases. If you see over here, one of the specific example which I would like to give it, like incident cases and the prevalent cases. The incident cases are the new cases, prevalent cases are the people or the patients who are already suffering from the disease. Now, there are certain situations, for example, HIV. If a new medication has come into that market or about to come into that market, are you going to look for naive patients or the diseased patients? The next question comes up. What do you mean by naive? Naive is nothing but new cases or new to treatment. Okay? And this based chemotherapy failure. Those are the patients or the inclusion criteria for this particular drug. Right or wrong? So this is the particular case which we need to look for it. Not all oncology cases will be your target. You need to find out the people or the patients who have already been treated with platinum-based chemotherapy, and those patients who have been failure into that particular therapy area, those are the patients would be a target or the potential for your product. So go into that direction of getting into that numbers because your number matters to the pharmaceutical industry. Based on this particular numbers only, they have to take a major specific decisions that will be helpful for them to do a further research. Okay? So don't worry about the globe and all those things. It's just funky slides. So the numbers are important. How many people are getting treated? And if I give this only number, like how this many people are suffering from GLP-1 treated cases. So everyone will be happy. Okay, this is the cases. So the next question comes up, how do I need to get into that number? So that's the flow, I follow it. So total number of cases, type 1 diabetes cases, type 1 diabetes treated cases, type 1 DM eligible cases for GLP-1. So this is the place where I need to put in my best effort to understand how do you find out how many people or how many patients are eligible for GLP-1 inhibitors. So definitely your PharmD or pharmacy practice or pharmacology or therapeutics knowledge would be very, very important to understand what is the inclusion criteria for GLP-1 inhibitors, when and how that particular patients can be treated with GLP-1 or anything else. So this is the place where you need to put in your understanding. You have to look for multiple epidemiological studies to understand what is the criteria which they have followed in the particular or any specific article to look for the eligibility criteria, whether it's an obese patient or obese with particular age group. So you have to drill down to that particular level to provide that estimations. Okay? Fine? Any questions till now? So other slides are just text. Any specific questions? Anything which you feel important to understand? I'm not an expert. If you ask any specific questions, if I don't know, definitely I'll learn myself and come back to you. Okay? And ask questions whenever there is possibility. And because the things comes up, imagine if you're working in any specific industry and if you don't get clarified, they will just understand, okay, you know everything. And it is expected that you have to deliver something by end of the day or that particular time which has been expected. If you don't ask questions, that person may not know that. That is the thinking which we need to apply for it. Okay? So one of the typical example situation I would like to talk about it. So in the past few years, I got one of the question from my pharma client. It's a vaccine, rabies vaccine. So there are multiple vaccines which are already available in the market, and they wanted to bring in a new vaccine, and they wanted to know how many units which they need to manufacture. Again, the big question. So how do you need to look for it? It's dog bites or rabies vaccine. Now, I need to look for vaccination, which is rabies. What are all the different animal bites that would lead to rabies? Usually bats, cats, rats, I don't know. I have not researched. So definitely dogs. So I can't find out how many dogs are available in that particular place, or cats, or even bats, right? It's very different and difficult. So I have to look for the multiple epidemiological studies to understand what are the different number of bites which has happened in the previous year, drill down to that particular level to understand what are all the different prone group who would be bitten. So while going to that particular direction, we need to go to that level of understanding like what exactly the numbers which we need to feed in. For example, children who are at the age of like, let's say 1 to 8 or 1 to 10, who would be prone to playing around the grounds. Possibility of that what I call dog bites will be more into that particular prone area or the prone group, right? Yes or no? That is one thing. And the people nowadays, like we have like Blinkits and Amazon and everything, those will be like delivery persons. So earlier we had only the postmen. Those are using from those who travel from one place to another place, just transferring that particular deliveries, right? So if you come into that particular direction nowadays, we need to add even the delivery persons also. They're also prone for dog bites, right? So this is the methodology which you need to think about it. I'm not talking about like this is the final number, this is the way that you need to go for it. So the next question, am I able to get that number? That's the next question. So on the current situation, you have to go to that level of understanding who would be the prone group which will be bitten from this particular animals, who would be prone for affecting rabies. Clear? Understand the carriers and how it happens and what is the vehicle. So this is the level of information which you need to think about it to go into the direction of methodology. So challenges usually like process of drug development. Pharmaceutical industries always face a major problem. What is the specific therapeutic area which they need to plan for it? It's very difficult to understand. Like usually we call that like rare diseases. Why it is called rare diseases? Because the patients or the number of patients are very, very less in comparison to the other people or the other disease area where the number of patients are very high. So that's why it is called rare diseases. So that's why there is a regulatory option which has been given from the regulatory agencies that you can cut down at phase 2 itself so that you can bring your product to the phase 3 or to the market as early as possible. So that's a levy which they give it to you. However, how do you identify number of patients in that particular rare disease areas? Why do pharmaceutical industries make products and put in their best effort in their budget for bringing their products into the rare diseases? Right? So nobody would do that, right? So if I ask you like which movie is better, whether it's a Hollywood or Bollywood, so definitely if I'm a Bollywood lover, I'll look into for Bollywood movies. So though the theater would be like 10 kilometers away, I'll still think about it. That's a love, right? Passion. So the pharmaceutical industries put in their best effort to bring in their medications in all the niche areas, and they are mainly looking for the number of patients or how do they get into that revenue, whatever they need to put in. So that is the main place or the main area where we need to focus on. So this is a typical process or the procedure which we follow it to bring into that estimations to the final number. So that would be helpful for the pharmaceutical clients to think about it and do a certain assumptions and caveats to bring in their business. So future recommendations would be like stakeholder collaborations, adaptive clinical trial designs, leveraging real world evidences to navigate challenges, and drug implementation process. Okay. So big data and AI applications, these are the main area which we are getting in. And what do you mean by big data? Anyone? Any idea? So it's big data, right? So pharmaceutical industries or any specific industries, they are moving towards the data where multiple data sets, multiple information has been merged together at one place or one server, where you are able to access all the patients together at one place. So that process is called big data. Okay, I'm just giving this, what I call the local way of understanding the points, because even I'm not expert in that big data, there are certain data sets which will be used, let's say SAS and SPSS, these are all the platforms which needs to be utilized to extract the data and analyze the data. So there are technical teams who does that. Imagine one country have diabetes patients and another country will have, let's say, the comorbid of diabetes with cardiovascular events. So if I need to understand what would be the possibility of diabetes patients would get into the comorbidity of cardiovascular events. Different, right? So we need to merge two different data sets to understand the statistical way to get into the prediction of, okay, let's say this many people who have type 2 diabetes, this would be the proportion of patients who would get into type 2 diabetes with the comorbid conditions of cardiovascular events. Clear? So it's a bit complicated when it comes to, but the pharmaceutical industries are approaching us with the different ways to so that they can tackle the multiple pills. Imagine the situation when I was doing my M.Pharm, the multiple pills or the multiples was very, very less. And the combination of drugs are also very less. Ibuprofen with the paracetamol one was the major one which has been sold. Now you are moving towards the ADCs, antibody drug conjugates. So why this is coming up? And Dr. Gnanendra was explained about like 3 drugs which are helpful for anti-allergic, right? So why I would come into that particular decision to make it, okay, these 3 combination drugs would help us into the better combinations, right? So these are the specific thinking which comes up, and how do I need to plan for it? And how I can do a best marketing way to bring in my products into the market. So this is the typical questions usually the marketing teams runs in the back end of their systems. Okay, so real data analytics, definitely Dr. Hitesh is going to talk about in the afternoon. I'm not going to touch upon it, and though I'm not an expert in that. And these are all the specific situations where we do that. So typical way, understanding disease burden estimations, where we do that, how we do that, and definitely the pharmacists are the major ones who are providing the best services in providing these epidemiological solutions or disease burden estimations that you need to remember. To do that, you need to have a proper pathophysiology, etiology, and treatment algorithm, keep it in your mind to do this exercise. Clear? Good. So definitely global health initiatives and organizations. So FMRA guidelines, everyone heard about it, right? So why do we need that global guidelines? And if you saw this slide, remember, if you remember this particular slide, like we do have Europe, US, and in the third point, we have only US. And if it comes down to the next level in Italy, and it's Germany. So it has a different one. So, customized approach of diagnostics, customized approach of treatment will vary a potential market in any of the pharmaceutical industry to take a decision, complete decisions. Okay? The unique way of creating a holistic way for the consistency, you should have a global guidelines. Okay? So it's like DSM-4 criteria or 5 criteria, I don't remember it. For one of the situation happened, so one of my friend approached me and asked me about, have you done anything on insomnia? So I was very happy. I told him like I did it in 2015 or 16, I'll send it out to you. So immediately I sent it out to him, a complete deck. After half an hour, he came to me and told, what I've sent is scrap. So I got worried. So what happened, man? I spent a lot of time on building that particular deck on insomnia, and you're telling me a scrap? So then he started explaining me that. So according to the new DSM criteria, sleep and sleep disorders have a different management, have a different diagnostic approaches. So what you have sent is the old deck, old slides, which is everything is same. Insomnia, insomnia disorders, or sleep disorders. It doesn't work, right? So you have to update yourself on the current situation with the treatment guidelines or any specific guidelines which comes to the market, right? Don't go with that way, like I have studied in first year, that is the gold criteria for COPD management or asthma management, that's it. So you have to upgrade and update based on the specific changes which happens in the multiple indications which you are aware about it. Okay, that's it. I think I have the last slide. Yeah. Any questions? Thank you.
Yeah, students. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Actually, it's a good, amazing lecture from Anjan sir. Okay. So it's time for question section. So your lecture is really interesting, sir. So thank you for sharing your experience. Actually, sir has given the certain methodology related to the disease burden, impact on disease, product life cycle, data modeling, and it's like sharing his experience on like snake bites, this kind of peculiar cases, how they handle, sharing the experience at the level. Actually, you can see initially he thought of expressing how students turning your knowledge, conversion from a pharmacy practice student in JSS Mysore to your career development. So it helps, really helps us. Okay, students, you can ask some questions.
Any specific questions? Do I need to come over there if you have anyone has
Yeah.
any specific questions?
Yes.
Anything would be good with respect to the marketing or the deck which I had presented. If you ask me a basic research question, definitely I'm not able to answer. I don't recall, I don't remember. Seems everything is OHP.
Okay. Actually, students' point of view, I can have some questions regarding this.
Sure,
Actually,
sir.
I'll do. Students are hesitate to ask. So actually, how this form, today only we came to know that practice and marketing are merging, and this kind of career can be developed. So how the students, form day students or practice students, how they can go about and travel and reach this kind of heights in the career? Can you suggest what are the things to be done? How they can equip themselves?
So definitely, sir. That's an interesting question because when I joined my job, when I first day entered into that office, I saw everyone is holding that big headphones. That time the Bluetooth was not there. So the first day when I saw them and looking at their laptops, somebody's using desktops. Laptops was very rare that time. And I got into the situation, okay, whether I have reached the right place for my interview or somewhere else. So I got worried. Have I reached to a call center? What they do that exactly? So it got worried. So I started my career as a secondary desk research analyst, as a junior business analyst. Later, I moved my capabilities and upgraded myself, then moved to consultant and senior consultant, then moved to this particular position. Now, as a PharmD student or the pharmacy practice student, everyone is welcome. However, with respect to the knowledge, you need to showcase when the particular situation happens for an interview, you will be assessed on the particular disease knowledge. Okay, not on the marketing knowledge. So marketing, this is the particular subject which will be, this is a type of process I would say that, not the knowledge. The knowledge which will be important for anyone to get into this type of organizations or the consulting world is your disease knowledge. Pharmacology, therapeutics, diagnostic knowledge. Definitely all the diseases, we are not able to become an expert in all the diseases. So whatever the diseases which you are familiar with it, you need to show that experience. So, because I had been interviewed many people even from NIPER and other institutions, so the specific questions which would be asked, which indication or which disease area you are familiar with. So, whatever the indication, whatever the disease area which you are going to show your familiarity, I am going to ask that specific questions. In certain situations, to be frank with you, I am not an expert in all the diseases. The way you confidently answer for it, that makes them to get into that particular mindset of understanding, okay, this person is an important person for our organization. Okay? So hope that.
Okay, sure. Thank you. So I thank the organizing committee for arranging such a wonderful speakers. Okay, actually I like your way of articulation, sir. It's really amazing. It's once again you are proving that you are a student of Dr. Vivekanandha, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for.
And certificate to our speaker, Mr. Anjan Kumar, sir. கொஞ்சம் தள்ளிங்க. I request Dr. G. Muruganandan sir to present the memento and certificate to Dr. Sendil Kumar sir. Sendil Rajan sir. I request Mr. Anjan Kumar sir and principal sir to stay back, and I invite all the evaluators of e-poster presentation and patient counseling. Dr. J. Sudasan sir, consultant pediatrician, VMCH. Dr. P. Sudhakar sir, Professor and Head, Department of Pharmacology, Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy. Dr. E. Gayatri Priyadarshini ma'am, Associate Professor in Vivekananda Dental College for Women. Dr. D. Surya, Associate Professor, Periodontics, VDCW. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
With over 22 years of teaching and research experience, he mentored numerous undergraduate and postgraduate research projects. Dr. Sendil Kumar has an impressive academic index with 132 research and review publications in reputed national and international journals and 37 conference presentations. He has delivered 19 invited talks and guest lectures at esteemed forums including ICMR, DST, SERB, Tamil Nadu Dr. MGR Medical University, and UGC-sponsored programs. He holds 2 patents and has authored 2 books. A life member of several professional organizations, he also serves as a peer reviewer for multiple scientific journals. His research interests span green synthesis of metallic nanoparticles for drug delivery, microwave-assisted synthesis, biological screening, and in silico molecular docking. His current focus is on in silico drug design from phytochemicals, bioinorganic compounds, and drug repurpose strategies. Now I call upon Professor Dr. Sendil Kumar sir to welcome and introduce our esteemed speaker, Mr. Hitesh Barucha. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon to all. I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Hitesh Bhupendra Barucha to this August gathering. Mr. Hitesh is a senior management professional in clinical operations and medical affairs with over 15 years of global experience spanning clinical research, real-world evidence, and regulatory strategy. He holds a bachelor degree in pharmacy and executive MBA and is currently pursuing a PhD in clinical pharmacology. He is extensively certified in areas critical to modern clinical operations, including GCP, Agile Project Management, CTMS systems, centralized monitoring, and leadership development. Currently serving as Associate Director, Eversana India, Mr. Barucha leads global real-world evidence studies, regulatory submissions, team development, and health economics training. His past roles include driving medical affairs initiatives at Novartis Oncology, overseeing biomedical and CRO collaborations at Forecast Bioscience, and managing large-scale RWE projects and centralized monitoring systems at Formax Market Access. He has also held strategic operations role at IQVIA and Roche India, where he was instrumental in clinical monitoring, trial oversight, and regulatory affairs. Hitesh brings domain expertise across multiple therapeutic areas including oncology, diabetes, IBD, immunology, diagnostics, and women's health, with leadership in phase 4-2 to phase 4 trials, observational studies, site contracts, and quality risk management. Known for his collaborative and cross-functional approach, he excels in stakeholder engagement, KOL interactions, and vendor management. His contributions have been recognized through multiple awards, including the Global Site Startup ACE Award, Appreciation for SEC Meeting and Competitive Intelligence, and the TNBC Communic Initiative for Innovative Patient Recruitment Strategies. With deep insight into both operational execution and scientific strategy, Mr. Barucha continues to contribute to the advancement of clinical research and medical affairs through thought leadership, innovation, and capacity building on a global scale. So with this brief introduction, I call upon Mr. Hitesh to present his speech on real-world evidence, strengthening health economics and outcomes research. Mr. Hitesh, now the podium is yours.
Thank you everyone. I hope I am loud and clear, and this is the most difficult session to take when we have a very scrumptious meal and to keep you engaged. So before I start, how is the Josh? How is the Josh? How is the Josh? No. That's what I said. So are you happy to come here? Are you feeling good? Are you with me? Raise your right hand. I see none. Okay, are you happy with me? No, you're not. Okay. At least this laughter will keep me engaged and you engaged for this session which I'll be taking through. Let us start. So with thank you, Dr. Senthil, for providing a brief introduction. Most of the things I also now trying to recollect what all I had done in last 18 years. Directly, remember? Okay. So, yeah. You know the topic, it is real world evidence and how it helps in strengthening the health economics and outcome research. My overall experience has been in clinical operations, clinical research, driving and leading different kind of phase 2, phase 3, phase 4 clinical trials, and now in last 5 years I've been looking into real world evidence kind of study. We will get engaged, we will come to know about the introduction and background, what this covers. My topic covers importance of health economic outcome research and real world evidence, how this stream or this domain is taking up the pace, the importance of it in India now, in Asia Pacific now, and with specific therapeutic areas as well where it is getting traction. You will also come to know the difference between RCT. What is RCT? Anyone wants to? RCT is? Sorry? Randomized clinical trial, and RWE is real world evidence. We'll look into the significance and application of it, role of HEOR and RWE in the pharma industry and domain, and how it will help in the research. And then, of course, we'll have a Q&A if you all are still awake. Okay. So, HEOR and real world evidence to transform patient outcomes and health decision. Now, before I get into the topic, I'll try to give you a background of it, that what it tie and covers. So it helps in decision making. Decision making is important in terms of getting the product life cycle when it comes to real world evidence. The products which are already there in the market, matured products, or any product which can be a better indicator or a candidate for abbreviated drug indications. So this is where decision making in real world evidence supports. Demonstrates real world impact. So it complements clinical trials. How can you plan better clinical trial from the real world data? So the previous session which was covered by Mr. Anjan, you got to know that there were so many things where you do secondary literature research and primary literature research, and you get the information. Herein, we are the ones who drive that data. We are the ones who conduct that data. Right? By doing clinical research, by doing observation studies, or some kind of retrospective data analysis, or patient chart audits. This is what it covers. And enhances patient-centered care. Now, the data comes from you and me, right? When we are a pharmacist or a doctor, can also be a patient, right? You and me can fall ill, not feeling well, we go to the doctor, we get consultation, we get medications, we follow the routine and we get well. Now that data, what is captured is patient-centered data. So you and me, when we are visiting a doctor or a hospital, our data is getting recorded, our profile is getting set up, the follow-up is done, the practice is being put in, and that data can come to any organization or pharma company and it can be helpful. So we'll look into that as well, that how patient can support real-world evidence and how that data is helpful. And drives market access and adoption. So this topic was widely covered by Anjan, where how it is beneficial for any product or for any pharma to strategize their portfolio, their market access or value creation, and how they can put it into the market, or a product life cycle is being treated in the whole. And then optimizing resource allocation. So we know that there are different market players, stakeholders in this. When you try and see from the, not from India, but where India is a out-of-patient market, right? You and me have to pay for our own treatment. We have to take our insurance and we have to deal with it. But when you are in US or UK or some other European region, the government takes care of the part, and there where health technology assessment, HTA, comes into play. And through HTA, which is widely supported through the real world evidence and health economics, and they drive that data that the therapy, the treatment, or any kind of diagnostics per se are insured or are covered into that. So patient do not have to pay from the pocket. So this is what we'll go through in next 1 hour. Yes. Well, we'll look into the terminologies. When I say real world evidence, when I say real world data, what exactly it means. So RWD is real world data. Any data which is coming from the patient is real world data in real time basis, in routine clinical care. When you and me, if we visit a hospital for a mere checkup, our vitals are taken, demographics, whatever those details are taken, and then the diagnosis and treatment when they are registered in the prescription, that becomes the real world data, right? And real world insights is nothing but insights generated from real world data using scientific or some kind of a generated commercial analytics. So we find a kind of hypothesis, or what you want to get to know from the objective, then that gives you an insight while looking at the real world data is real world insights. And real world evidence, so when the insights and data, RWD and RWI, they come together and gives you some kind of evidence for any particular reason, is the real world evidence. So these are the terminologies which will be widely used by me, and for you also to understand how the pharma market is shaping up. So real world data, real world insights, and real world evidence. Now, why do we require to generate real world evidence? Why it is required? People are taking multiple antibiotics, people are taking cardiac therapy, people are going for certain kind of diagnostics. Then why do you keep requirement to look into the data? Why you really need that? Because though randomized clinical trial is a gold standard, that is conducted by a specific protocol. So you define your PICO. PICO is nothing but PICO, patient, intervention, comparator, and outcome. So you define your PICO to devise a protocol. The hypothesis is set. So maybe you want to compare the CV outcomes of diabetes patient, or you want to check the probably say hypertension and diabetes, or kidney care versus diabetes, or eyesight with diabetes. So diabetes may be your the requirement of patients. Comorbidities can be your comparator or intervention, and then the kind of drugs you take and the outcomes you want are defined in that PICO. So this is very, very layman kind of an example which I'm giving here. But then that is under a simulated environment. So when I say protocol will have, I want X number of patients who are treated on certain drugs, and then they have not been able to manage the treatment, or the disease is not coming out, and then you want to check your drug working on it or not, right? So that is one case. Other is that I have a drug which is similar to X pharma drug, and I want to compare that drug. So that is, you're using X drug with Y drug, and you are setting up the cohort, and you're doing the study, and you're trying to check the outcome, that there is a non-inferiority or superiority trial, what we call. So that is very, very simulated. So you have certain type of patients coming in, certain type of doctors come in, you have a certain defined visits, and in that 6 to 8 months, whatever the schedule is prepared for the treatment and clinical trial, you come up with the outcome. Now, there are exclusion criteria also. You do not take pregnant women, you do not take elderly patients, right? There are regulatory norms which are given. So you cannot take anyone beyond 60, 65, hypertension has to be controlled, diabetes should not be there, so many things are there, CNS issues should not be there. So when you are getting the data, you are looking into a simulated environment for that particular patient. It can be oncology, diabetes, women's health care, or in general lifestyle disorders. But when the product is launched and when it comes in the market, it passes 5 years, 8 years, 10 years, the same product is being taken by multiple other population which were not part of the clinical study. And that is where the pharma companies want to know that what is happening to the drug when a pregnant female is taking it, when an elderly patient is taking it, when a CNS deprived kind of a patient is taking it. So that is where the real world evidence plays a major picture. And you get multiple insights. So it can be safety profile, it can be overall treatment duration profile, or it can be the cost effectiveness of that drug and the disease, how it is getting treated. In health economics, it helps in terms of understanding what is the overall cost or the burden if a caretaker is involved along with the patient. So it can be central nervous system, those kind of neurological disorders, psychological disorders. In that alone, the patient cannot make decisions. Where caretaker is required, a constant support is required, helper is required. What are the number of hours which is put in by the caretaker? What are the number of hours which are spent by a caretaker or nursing staff to take care of that patient, and the cost of that? So that all come together can be put into the HTA, or it can be taken up by the insurance company, right? So this is where the importance or generating clinical evidence is required, and that comes from real world evidence, not from randomized clinical trial. Okay, so this is a usual funnel which we look at from top to bottom. This is on the sideways. If I have to, to be precise, I have put it into a sideways. So what we understand, so say a kind of a protocol design is in a simulated environment, the patients are getting treated, and then the same patients are then, once the drug comes out, the variances and on the drug usage patterns and variances on the patient characteristics, these are captured. Once the product is out in the market, it passes 5 years, 8 years, 10 years. And then what you get? You get different dosing schedule, different concomitant therapies, different kind of care which is influencing the patient care. And then of course the different indicators or off-label use. There are multiple off-label use which are there, which we see. And then they become the labeled use as well. Once informed data is coming out or evident data is coming out. And real world evidence actually comes in the play when you see the product coming out in the market and then the effectiveness is performed. The clinical trials are done to check the safety and efficacy, and in real world evidence you come to know the effectiveness of that drug, that how well it is penetrated. Right. So that is how this funnel is prepared. Usually we see the funnel from top to bottom, where you have your new chemical entities or probable candidates and how they pass preclinical phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4. So here what we have tried to explain is we have directly come to RCT, and then once the product is out in the market, it spends enough time in the market, and then you get the real world evidence in this. Okay, so what are the data sources of real world evidence? One, I already said that it is part of the electronic medical record or electronic health record of any hospital or any clinic, which are nowadays bit digitalized. Few of the bigger centers are digitalized. If you go to Apollo, if you go to Fortis or Aster, or those kind of hospitals, so these are digitalized, and there you can come to know that they are getting into your hospital data. The pharmacy, the prescriptions are getting into the pharmacy data. You also have the data coming from the lab. If you do any kind of diagnosis which are prescribed, basic blood report to bigger diagnostics like MRI scan or CT scan or USG reports. Then, of course, nowadays, because we are moving into digital wearables, so your Fitbits to wearable devices, what you wear, you count your steps, your heart rate, heartbeat, that all data comes in through wearable. These are all part of real world evidence. Then, of course, consumer data. So consumer data comes from, again, pharmacies, stockists, distributors, and even from hospitals. So what all the data is collected from the patients. So consumer data. Then registries. So there are long-term registries which are planned in oncology, in cardiac, in CNS, in women's healthcare, long-term follow-up, safety follow-up, those kind of all studies which are part. Rare diseases also, there are certain studies in hemophilia, sickle cell disease. So government, ICMR, along with CDSCO, they will come together, and there are some like-minded researchers who are also consultants from the hospital. They will come together, they will devise this registries, and long-term data is collected under registries. This also supports real-world evidence. Then, of course, your electronic medical and health records. So the digitalization of our prescriptions become under EMR, EHR. All your Practo, if you have used any time in family, Practo, you call, or maybe Apollo 24/7, or maybe Ika Care, or Arogya Setu if you have used during COVID. So that all comes under EHR or EMR. All your data is getting captured, and it is utilized for some of the other pharma companies or companies where I work to analyze certain requirements. Then, of course, your prospective and analytic studies. So all the clinical studies which are done so far, and they are published on CTRI or WHO, ICTRI, these kind of clinical trial registries, when they are registered and that data is being shared. So these all comes under, the data is part of the rich source to real world evidence. Then claims data. Claims data is nothing but, where God forbid anyone comes under any kind of accident or any critical care or any casualty, emergency is required. So during that time, insurance is being taken. So insurance, when they have to reimburse or claim the hospital care or medical management. So that all comes under claims data. So your discharge summary will give the overall information which is submitted to insurance company, and insurance company, they have this data which is again benefited for real world evidence. Same is the mortality data, which comes from again a wide range of hospitals, state level hospitals, government hospitals and private hospitals. So that also defines under the source of real world evidence. And clinical outcome assessments. So clinical outcome assessments are done mainly by again pharma companies or certain research organizations to understand the outcomes of clinical care, medical care, or any kind of patient support when they have to do. So these are all different sources put together under real world evidence, and how the real world data becomes very important. So it is basically patients data, doctors data, hospital data coming together and forming the source for real world evidence. Okay, so now what all HEOR and RWE services can help in real world insights, right? We spoke about real world data, real world insights, both together comes real world evidence. Now what is real world insights? When we see real world insights, we have already touched base. Anjan has taken a very detailed presentation on what systemic reviews, strategic literature reviews, meta-analysis and epidemiology reviews can bring through. So these are basically real world insights, and one of the services which can be offered through by doing only SLR and MA, meta-analysis and systemic literature review or secondary literature review. It can help in market access. So healthcare system research, payer processing mapping, price. So when you want to put across and decide certain kind of value your product can bring, or how the market can change by introduction of any new other chemical entity, or maybe a second generation, third generation kind of entity, then that is a time when market access is being used widely. Of course, it supports real world evidence, which we all saw in the previous slide, and then economic analysis. So cost effectiveness analysis, BIA, budget impact analysis, HTAs, which I said, health technology assessment. So now ICMR is widely setting up the HTAs across zones, and these zones are adding to chapters, and these chapters have eminent scientists and senior key opinion leaders who come together, and they are trying to come up with how a molecule, say a blockbuster, can help. So oncology, we have seen that there are so many targeted therapies, there are so many monoclonal antibodies, but how much India can afford? How can it be reduced? How come it can be helpful? right, for the patients and also for the prescribers. So doctors are also sometimes helpless because they cannot prescribe that drug. It becomes so difficult because of the cost, because of how long the patient has to take. And along with that, the diagnostics and other parallel cost which comes. So that is the reason this HTAs are being formed. So through which defined publications can come through and government take a very serious decision in doing this. Similarly, we have seen that stent, if you know, when a stent was used before, it was coming maybe around 1 lakh, 1.5 lakh, or sometimes based on the hospital and the doctor, it was charged to 2.5, 3 lakhs. But now the cost is being governed, and there is a cutoff with which they cannot go beyond 25 to 30,000. So imagine a mere stent, a spring, if you have to say in layman terminology, if a spring kind of a device is put into your artery to take care of your cardiac function, and that was charged around 2.5 lakhs, but the real cost, what it can estimate, is now brought down to 35,000. Same is with metformin. Metformin by different pharma companies was being sold around 5 rupees per tablet to 50, 55, 60 rupees per tablet. But now it is brought down to 1.3 to 1.5, or maybe at least 2 rupees per tablet. It cannot go beyond that. So that is how the drug price control can come through HTA submissions. And of course, when you do certain kind of these data, when it comes through from the real world insights, it adds to the overall communication, and you can come up with scientific writing. So as you are budding pharmacist, doctorate in pharmacist, these are the certain fields which you can look forward to when you are trying to get into the corporate world. So scientific writing becomes important, publications, planning and management also can become important. So wherein we require people and competency coming from the pharmacists, it can add value. So this is where real world insights plays an importance. And the services which can be built across HEOR and RWE. Okay, so when we say that significance of real world data. What is the significance of real world data? So it can be multiple, right? Here we can see there are around 6 to 7 significance. It comes from post-marketing surveillance. So any organization, when they are launching the drug, it comes after approval. Then they want to do broad level studies, which I said that after a defined protocol, it is very specific to certain patients, but when the drug is launched, it is being taken up by multiple other patients. So therein the post-marketing surveillance helps, the safety profiling helps, that what kind of serious adverse events this drug is giving in different kind of patients, what kind of adverse events are coming from certain kind of disease condition. So this is where post-marketing surveillance plays an important role in providing the significance in that data. Sorry. Then adapting to the evolving healthcare landscape. So we have seen that multiple drugs and comorbidities and then concomitant medications, when put together, it can give some kind of very terrific results, or it can give you some kind of very different kind of picture. So recent, if I have to give an example, so you can say GLP-1 inhibitor semaglutide, that is an insulin. Right, it is much talked about in the overall world, like in healthcare. So it is actually given for T2DM management, but they found out that obesity is also being considered under that. And Ozempic is the brand name. Similar lines we have Mounjaro in the same line. So when you do certain kind of clinical studies or in post-marketing surveillance or in real world, when you look at the data, you can come to know that there is an additional benefit or an additional indication or one more label which can come in play, right? So those are kind of serendipity which you can get when you are looking at the data in real world. Apart from that, patient-centric insights. So patient outcome or patient reported outcomes when we are checked. So we come to know the quality of life of the patient, how the patient is feeling, especially in oncology or in neurology. in those conditions, or in transplant patients, when you do certain kind of charter, when you do certain questionnaires which are recommended by CT, or certain well-defined organizations, when they put together the overall performance of the patient, the drug, the treatment, how they are giving it. So you get a lot of data through these insights. So patients, when they fill up the questionnaire, there is a scaling which is done, and it has multiple uses, right? We use this in clinical trial as well. We call it as quality of life questionnaire, and these are widely used. And we do the study in registries. They put this up. So a form has to be signed, a scale is defined, and then there are certain questions which are asked. How are you feeling today? Like any kind of gastric tolerability is there, any irritability is there, how are you feeling, headache? These are basic questions, but of course based on the indication or therapeutic area, the questions are more defined. Or for a clinical trial, the questions are more defined, and you check the rate. So maybe for IBD, they would look into the events, or for headache or migraine, they would look into migraine events or episodes. So how far it was, were they able to work that day, not work that day, they would be able to have food or not. If they had food, will they feel pukey, or did you vomit? So these kind of scales or questionnaires are prepared, and the insights are taken. It gives you an informed decision making. So from the significance of real world data is it gives you decision making. It supports evidence based decision which can be taken up by the doctor or by the treating physician in giving you an idea in terms of what the treatment outcomes are, how comparative effectiveness is coming with different kind of drugs, and the safety profile of different drugs when same kind of patients are treated on different kind of therapies. So it provides an informed decision, and of course real world applicability. So how well these information can be made applicable. So it provides insights into treatments and interventions performed in real world, and how the pathways and practices can be given more defined than a controlled clinical trial or in controlled environment. So this is the overall significance of real world data in growing healthcare research. So how it supports additional research or any new research which can be done. Okay, so this is some kind of a summary in terms of how real world evidence supports the conduct of RCTs, which we've tried to broaden that up in last 2 slides. And basically it is nothing but the overall delays if you see in the control arms of RCT. And in real world, these are more open, and it is widely used, and it is very cost effective. You keep collecting the data. There are no inclusion, exclusion criteria. All the data, whatever is available within that hospital or with the doctor or in that department, can be collected through a digitalized case record form, and it can be widely used then for analysis. Well, real world evidence that is has the potential in drug approval cycle. So how? So it gives you an updating information in the safety profiling. So safety profile of any candidate is being checked through real world evidence studies. Then post approval study requirements. Any kind of approval which come when we talk about India. So in India, sometimes it is very difficult to find patients or convince patients to enroll in a clinical trial. That kind of awareness is knowledge is very little at certain given point of time. Not all patients can make it up to the center where they are there. We are widespread. So certain type of metro cities are taken where they have to collect the drug or collect the blood sample or reach the blood sample. Clinical trial cannot at times come to tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So it becomes very difficult when they have to do. So that is the reason at times what happens is that the drug is approved based on the developed countries data, the data which comes from US, European Union, Japan, these kind of developed nations, and considering the unmet medical need and a kind of urgency or requirement, the CDSC or Ministry of Health will look into the application, they will look into the data which is already there, and based on that suggest some kind of post-approval commitment. So we are allowing you to market the drug in the country, but you need to suffice or provide us with a phase 4 kind of a protocol, a post-marketing surveillance or post-authorization safety study, what we call as PASS study. And in that you fulfill the requirement right now. So real world evidence plays an important role in that. It also supports any kind of supplemental indications. So oncology, it will come with very clear label, but then once the drug has been widely used in different countries and in specific patients, then the label gets updated, right? So the indications get more evolved. So that is where it is used. And indications, special population may be not covered. So which we have already spoke about, that RCTs will be very defined, very simulated. So if those are not covered, then this will really help. Then use of real world evidence to support drug approval. Of course, when these data is generated, the pharma company or the research organizations will bring that dossier to the lights of CDSCO and Ministry of Health, and they will have a specific meeting to discuss this, and then the overall approval and these are sorted. So this is where the real world evidence helps in taking defined decision, benefited decisions for the overall patient populations or unmet medical need. Well, this is something which the regulatory bodies and pharma giants are coming up. This is something which is seen that a guidance for real world evidence and practice which is coming up from US FDA, from UK NICE, which has been published. So a kind of real world network is being shaping up, which is already there since last 10 years in UK and US. And my further slides will also talk about where it helped, in which kind of drug applications the real world evidence data helped in giving a very benefited decision. So these are few of the initiatives, or I would say industrial part, which has already been collaborated with different kind of regulatory authorities, and they are shaping up the guidelines that how it can be submitted, accepted, so India can also follow through. This is a bit of a busy slide here, but then this is again something where how real world evidence. So we saw real world data, we saw real world insights, and now this is something on real world evidence. So how it's supposed. So in terms of drug discovery at the early stage, when you want to define a candidate, when you want to define a new chemical entity in certain kind of population, certain kind of indications, specific indications or rare diseases, how it will support the decision making in doing the discovery or conducting a clinical trial. Then proof of concept studies. So we know that when you have a kind of concept, you have to develop that and you have to prove it. You have to prove it through clinical trials or by doing certain kind of analysis and initiatives. So in that it helps in adaptive design scenarios, it helps in modeling your inclusion exclusion criteria. So this is where it will be helpful. And then of course post-launch. So any drug which is launched, after that you need to conduct a surveillance, you need to understand the safety. You need to understand how it is performing in different kind of population, ethnicity, or different kind of concomitant or comorbidities. So that is where the post-launch also it helps. And then overall drug development. So it gives you that what kind of predictive indicators are there, what kind of provisional markup can be taken, how it can enhance your forecasting and resource planning. So this is all helps through real world evidence. Now, why? And what is happening? So of course, a lot of things are happening. Social media is becoming a more, important space now. A lot of decision making also happens through what we had called Twitter or ThreadX, or through Instagram, or through YouTube videos. A lot of podcasts are coming up, and decision making can be done through this social media. Home care. So now in one of the slides we saw in the initial presentation that there is something called as personalized medicine and precision medicine. So because everybody, everyone present here are very different from each other. We cannot be same. Though generic, that also plays a very important role. So every individual is different here, right? So with that, the specific drugs are designed and it is only suiting you. So a lot of testing is done, diagnostic is done, some kind of genetic profile is done, and based on that a specific medications are being provided. So in that also home care is coming up, where real world evidence or generating health outcome research becomes an important. And then of course with AI coming up, digitalization coming up, artificial intelligence which is now coming up, where AI, like artificial intelligence and apply immediately. So when you talk about AI, you apply immediately, but you need to do certain kind of analysis. You cannot completely rely, but then of course the data which is coming up, it can be feeded and you can come out with some kind of alternate thought process. Maybe that AI can give, maybe human mind cannot give on immediate basis, but you cannot apply that immediately. So it helps in giving you that kind of information. Now, what is this? So this is basically the potential uses, who all can use or are part of real world evidence, or this data. So of course, clinical development. So it can help in doing target optimization and target population. Do we really require these kind of patients? Do we really require to put the certain cost? So it helps in designing the clinical development part of it. It is very, very expensive to conduct a randomized clinical trial in India or anywhere in the world. Then you have informed decision from medical affairs. So these are also the streams. So I would also request all of you to look at the slide. You understand the header of each column. This can be your potential stream coming up in the corporate world. So when you are stepping out, if you want to do some additional research, Google, or you want to interact with us, you can look into these streams. So clinical development operations is one, medical affairs is one, the PharmD is here, can look at it. Medical affairs is very, very interesting and benefiting as a career option here. Market research, we have Anjan here from the same domain. Communication and external affairs, of course, this is something which gets into once you achieve a lot of experience and you gather a lot of knowledge, and you can be on the dais and table of government bodies or regulatory bodies, and you can provide your opinion by understanding the healthcare policies and shaping up the public policies. So this can be in commercial, of course. Sales is required. We talk about patient care, discovery, research, but if there is no money, then there is nothing, right? We cannot do anything beyond that. We need money to foster the research as well as motivate people to come into research. So, and sales and marketing becomes very pivotal. So if you are interested in that, this is also a stream which is very, very, very old, traditional, but it has its own fun and charm now in this digital world, if I have to say. Well, how this can be a game changer? So it can be game changer from all these stakeholders. It can be for pharma. Of course, pharma, it has to be there because research comes through them, and the products are launched through pharma. So of course, pharma comes in important role. Institution and HCP, so bigger hospitals, tertiary care centers, or paramedical centers. So this is where it can be a game changer. Patients, because the data is coming from the patient. Patient is giving the data, so patient. And then regulators, because once pharma, institution and patients comes together, regulators have to look into that part. They have to ask or solve the question which is there. Now in pharma, how it will help in clinical development, pre-launch, real world indications and post-approval part. So this is where it will be helpful. In pharma, what is the opportunity? So for real world, they can look into treatment patterns, unmet need. At launch, they will look into effectiveness, health economics of that product life cycle and value chain. And in post-launch, if there is any kind of new indication, if they find from the product, then that will be helpful to them. Next is institution. So if we have a holistic approach in developing and catering to the data, if we can reserve the data, preserve the data in any kind of format, and if we can retrieve that data for analysis, then institution can also benefit from real world evidence. Because where will the pharma or a clinical researcher like a professional like me would go? Because they have to rely on institution and healthcare professionals. Diagnostic also comes under institution healthcare. So laboratory data, diagnostic center data, all the data which is there, pharmacy data also which will comply to that, and patients of course. So if for any kind of adverse event, how well informed and alert are we to report those events to the pharma company or to the doctor. And then if you are going to the doctor, then how well informed or alert the doctor is to inform the same adverse event to the pharma companies. There are so much of money which is being invested and efforts are taken to develop a pharmacovigilance team. Okay. But at times we see that in India there is very, very less reporting of adverse events and serious adverse events. The other reason is that patients are not aware about it. Pharma companies and the sales representatives sometimes skip that part. They don't give that well information. At times the numbers or the channel through which the communication has to be passed is either jammed or maybe not working to that. But nowadays this has been taken up at a very serious level, and at CDSCO there is a SAE division or a safety information pharmacovigilance division which monitors and tracks these kind of events, and they even send a show cause notice to the pharma companies if it is not well reported or it is missed to be reported, right? So patients become very important. So as you and me, if tomorrow if we fall ill, if we take any kind of drug, if we feel anything different after taking the drug, we should go ahead and report it to the doctor, and we should ensure that the doctor is also reporting to the pharma company. So that is how the chain will complete. Otherwise we will not be able to do this, because this if we do not have the data, we cannot do anything. We cannot do any further analysis. And of course regulatory, as I said, FDA and EME are already coming up with this. They have looked into the real world evidence and the data, or the real world evidence studies and HUR projects. These kind of data has been reviewed by them, and they are accepting it in the part. So this is few of the examples I will see. Right, so we have avelumab, cancer is the indication, and how the real world evidence data was given to the original marketing application approval. So it helped in supporting the application and approval process. Same is with pembrolizumab, PD-1 inhibitor, how it helped the expanded access study, the real world evidence study. It helped in giving a supplementary indication approval. Same is these drugs which are also part of basically immunotherapy or radioactive isotope of cancer, and again multiple myeloma you can see. So these all drugs where initial was rejected, but then this data really helped. So these are few of the examples which I thought I can put it across. These are mainly MABs or radioactive isotopes here, where mostly the now treatment is switching, and the personalized medication, targeted medications are coming in the picture. And these are some of the case studies. So this is coming to the end of my presentation here. These are few of the case studies, or a very, very simple projects which I had done in my tenure at Eversena currently. And a few of the part where we have tried and served few pharma companies in coming up with their issue, and then the approach we took together, and then the results and are coming in. So this is something in type 2 diabetes mellitus. So we are trying to check the effectiveness of integrated personalized diabetes. So the glucometer is checked with an app application, right? We have certain different apps. So here we had checked my sugar application, and how the monitoring of this through a mobile device application helped in management of type 2 diabetes mellitus. Same something in terms of looking at almost Rh negative. The Rh negative positive plays an important role during the pregnancy. So how the data collection of almost 2,000 patients, it helped in giving up these kind of records. So this is something which we've been doing, and then we are doing multiple other things. We are involved in collecting long-term follow-up data for atezolizumab in non-small cell lung cancer. Then we are doing something in HER2 low for breast cancer. So these kind of real world evidence and data we are checking, we are going back in the data, records, what we call a retrospective study. So we check in that record and we do the analysis. Certain studies are very global, so I had the opportunity to interact with global doctors, be there, with them, discuss about the protocol, set it up the whole clinical trial project, and then start collecting the data, and then of course completing with a proper study report. So it's always thrilling, it is exciting that you are part of some kind of R&D, and then you see that those drugs are coming in the market after 3 years, 5 years, and patients are getting benefited. So the clinical research, real world evidence is something which is always kind of a gratitude which you can see when you work in this kind of domain and this kind of stream. So with that, this is my end on the presentation, and I'll keep the floor open for any kind of questions, discussions, maybe on the presentation or on the field or this topic. So feel free to ask. I hope you all liked it. Thank you for giving your time and being alert. I can see that all is full now. Thank you so much.
Now the session is open for discussion. If you are having any questions, you can ask. Any questions?
Very good, excellent. Hitesh, presentation बहुत बढ़िया था. I just want a small clarification, not question or doubt. See, you said PMS, pharmacovigilance, clinical research. How to identify and zone that how is pharmacovigilance? Because it is patient oriented. Patient has to come with the adverse effect. How to monitor it? How to monitor it?
So so when we talk about clinical research or a given protocol, so it has certain schedule of event. In that schedule of event, the patient has to come in that visit. When we enroll a patient, we sign a consent form, because without consent we cannot enroll any patient or do any kind of clinical trial. So when a patient signs the consent form, the counseling is given by the clinical research staff and the investigator who is part of that trial, and they convince the patient that you have to come at say 30 days, 60 days or 90 days, where the dosing would be given, your drug would be dispensed, and certain kind of lab investigations would be done. During the visit, there are questionnaire and checklist where they check, the doctor asks the question, did you feel anything, did you find something different, or if it is very serious. So serious adverse events are defined if there is any kind of life threatening incident happened after taking the investigated product or the new molecule. So if the patient is been admitted to the hospital for prolonged hospitalization or for medical management, or any kind of event which can lead to say hospitalization or life threatening. So these patients are well tracked by the research staff and the doctor, and then there is a reporting system which is nowadays very, very digital and very simple. So the doctor immediately will inform the research coordinator and the research coordinator and the CRA team, and then the CRA team will then well inform the pharma companies for whom the study is being taken up or conducted, and the pharma company, doctor and the research organization will have to report it to the CDSCO office, the pharmacovigilance department, and there are timelines. So we have to report it if it is SAE related to the drug, or maybe because related or non-related to the drug, we have to report it within 24 hours. Then after 24 hours, the ethics committee who has given the approval for that study in that site or institution, they will have to prepare a kind of a report, due analysis what we call. So due analysis has been reported. Ethics committee conducts a meeting with the investigator and the medical monitor or the scientific monitor of the pharma company, They discuss that the causality is with the drug or not with the drug. And based on that, that report is submitted to the pharmacovigilance department of CDSCO. And then they give a guidance if any medical management is required or drug has to be stopped or any kind of further investigation has to be done. And if we see that a lot of trends are coming in, then we completely hold the trial. This is how it is.
Any other questions? Sir, I have a question.
Yes.
Pharmacoeconomics and health economics both are same or different?
I mean, it is overlapping. When we say pharmacoeconomics, it covers your cost, burden, illness, and the pharma part of it, how it plays a role in the economics of it. And health economics, when we have to say, health economics is basically from the healthcare providing side or a patient providing side, that how the economics runs at the center. So it can be the economics of, say, one ICU room. What is the overall cost which comes in that ICU room when a patient is admitted? Maybe any kind of therapeutic area. I'm not defining it in it can be accidents, burn injury, it can be oncology, it can be very critical part. So it is, and it kind of then overlaps with each other. So they are sometimes used in different way.
So what is the future of pharmacoeconomics in case of India?
In case of India, as I said, that now ICMR is looking into HTA. Now, we are coming up with a national drug repository and health, record. So, a national level electronic health record repository is been getting developed. Most of the government organizations are already following it. How we have got Aadhaar card and a unique number to us, there is something called as Asha number or some number, I'm not able to recollect now, but that is being given, and the patient will be tracked all around India. So say if today I get registered and I'm following up for certain kind of illness with one particular doctor, my whole medical history, my records are being captured in that data. And if I say move from Bangalore, say, to Mumbai, or from Mumbai if I go to Gujarat, the doctors can track completely about my whereabouts and what all I am having. So the health economics part is completely coming up. HTA, the health technology assessment, the ICMR is widely looking into it. Lot of funding has been organized for it. Like any other US or European market, we are also now trying to develop the pricing model and treatment model, so that all the patients can be benefited, insured or not insured.
Any other questions from the audience? Okay, Dr. Mr. Hitesh explains the importance of health economics and outcome research and the significance and applications of HEOR in the real world evidence and the scientific importance in the decision making. And he also explains how to collect the clinical evidence, comparison between the clinical trials and real world evidence, and data sources for the real world evidence, significance of the RWD, and how the RW evidence supports the conductance of the clinical trials and the drug approval cycle. So with this summary and conclusion, I conclude this particular session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Now I call upon Professor Dr. Sendil Kumar, sir, to present the memento and certificate to Mr. Hitesh Barucha, sir. I also call upon Professor Dr. Vivekanandha, sir, to join. Thank you, sir. Now I request Professor Dr. G. Muruganandan, sir, and Dr. Subhashini, ma'am, to honor our chairperson, Professor Dr. Sendil Kumar, sir. I I request Dr. Muruganandan sir, Dr. Sendil sir, Mr. Hitesh Barucha sir, and Dr. Subhashini ma'am to stay back and honor the evaluators of patient counseling.
Firstly, I welcome Professor Dr. Krishnaveni ma'am, Head of the Department of Pharmacy Practice, VPCW. I welcome you, ma'am. Now I invite Mrs. Parkavirani ma'am, Associate Professor, Department of Pharmacy Practice, PGP College of Pharmacy and Research Institute, Namakkal. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. We are now moving to the last session of this afternoon. With immense pleasure, we would like to introduce the chairperson for the last session of the day, Dr. P. Rajavel, sir. He is a distinguished academician and a researcher in the field of pharmaceutical analysis with over 17 years of professional experience encompassing 15 years of academic research and 2 years of industrial research. His industry exposure includes notable tenures in the research and development and quality control departments at reputed pharmaceutical companies such as Medridge Private Limited, Bangalore and Arvind Remedies, Chennai. He has made significant academic contributions, having published 24 research articles in reputed national and international journals. Also, Dr. Rajvel has guided 10 MPharm and 15 MPharm students' research projects and has actively participated in more than 40 national seminars, conferences, and workshops. Currently, he serves as a professor and head of the Department of Pharmaceutical Analysis at SWAMY Vivekanandha College of Pharmacy. Dr. Rajvel sir's extensive experience in research, teaching, and industry, along with his active engagement in academic forums, makes him a Thank you, sir.
Very good afternoon. So, thanks for the opportunity to read the profile of Dr. Priyank Tripathi. Dr. Priyank Tripathi is highly accomplished healthcare professional with a robust academic foundation and over a decade of experience in clinical pharmacy, oncology, pharmacology, and healthcare administration. He holds a Doctor of Pharmacy from Adichun Chanagari College of Pharmacy, affiliated with Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences, Karnataka, and a postgraduate diploma in clinical research from Resolve Clinical Research Institute, Coimbatore, and a B.Pharm from Roorkee College of Pharmacy under H&B Garhwal University, and diploma in pharmacy from Government Polytechnic, Nainital. He has also completed certification in SAS from Bangalore, equipping him with strong analytical and research skills. Currently, Dr. Tripathi serves as Group Head Clinical Pharmacology at SCG Enterprises Limited, Bangalore, where he leads clinical initiatives across major oncology network. He is also the Assistant Member Secretary of the SCG Central Ethics Committee and member of the Institutional Committee for Stem Cell Research at International Stem Cell Services. In academia, he contributes as an assistant professor at Rajiv Gandhi University of Health Sciences and serves as the course director for the fellowship in oncology pharmacy. His strategic expertise is reflected in his roles as accreditation coordinator for NABH at SCG flagship unit, core member of the oncology EMR system, and as a member of various procurement and ethics committees including IDSA and Central Drug Procurement. Dr. Tripathi's contributions to research are significant, with over 12 publications in the peer-reviewed journals such as ASCO, JCO, and AJPR, covering areas like oncology, therapeutics, and pharmacogenomics, etc. He has been honored with several awards, including the Best Employee of the Year in 2016 to 17 by SCG Enterprises and Distinguished Alumni Award in 2020 by prestigious forums including MS Ramaya University, by Aruchinchanagari University. As an invited faculty, he has delivered talks at prestigious forums including MS Ramaya University, MVR CBCon, and KL University. He has also played a pivotal role in COVID-19 response planning, drug policy development, and hospital pharmacy standardization across the SCG network. His work continues to bridge the gap between the clinical practice, policy, and education, making him a distinguished voice in contemporary pharmacy and healthcare leadership. With his all credentials, I would like to invite Dr. Priyank Tripathi sir to start over the session.
Thank you so much, sir. That was really humbling. Thanks a lot. Means really a lot. Thank you. First of all, my sincere thanks to the management of Vivekanandha institutions for remembering me and inviting me to share my thoughts. Thank you. To share my thoughts about the impact of pharmacoeconomics and the advancements that we are seeing today in oncology. I carry a passion towards oncology and infectious diseases, and that's what drives my thoughts, my career, my research, and whatever little I'm able to do in this little span of around a decade. When we were thinking about this program, what to discuss, what's burning currently, what is that is affecting patients' pockets at this point of time? What is that one therapeutic domain which is affecting lives big time across the globe, while creating big pockets, big holes in the pockets, I would rather say, creating big holes in the pockets of public. Unfortunately, at this point of time, with the unfortunate growing trend of diagnosis, cancer leads the therapeutic areas. To counter the same, cancer research is growing at the rate of about 20% today, which is highest in all therapeutic domains. But the products that comes out unfortunately are not very economical wherever you go in the world, right? Not just India. And if those of you who are interested in oncology, and if you are looking at the previous 2 or 3 slides back which Dr. Hitesh was presenting, if you looked at the approvals, if you looked at the real world evidence being generated, if you looked at the indications which were increased, or extra indications were approved for certain drugs, the entire list was oncology. The entire list was the list of immunotherapies, those being approved over last around 7-8 years, which has taken a boom. Not before these 7-8 years that we were coming across new drugs or new therapeutic targets in oncology. But last decade has been, I would say, transforming. Last decade has been transforming. Today, fortunately, and thanks to the research, thanks to the work that is done by everybody across, we see phenomenal responses. There was a time when I think a lot of our seniors here would correlate. There was a time when somebody diagnosed with cancer or with advanced cancer was a short-term death sentence. Not the case today. Trust me, not the case today. When it goes to the positive side of it, I mean, in our own clinic, we every now and often see patients who've been given the deadlines. I'm saying deadlines for a reason. Who've been declared non-curable, who've been given months to live, are living for years. right? The disease is vanishing off miraculously, all thanks to the kind of drugs that we have. But while we are looking at the positive side of it, which is really, really encouraging, which is what we need today, there is one unfortunate negative side which comes in, a toxicity which comes in, the financial toxicity. The financial toxicity. We call it financial toxicity ourselves. Right? As an institution, we speak a lot about it. We speak on the concept of universal healthcare. We speak on making drugs, making mechanisms, getting into mechanisms so that the drugs become more affordable. Right? While we do not compromise funding research, while we do not compromise, giving helping hands, running shoulder to shoulder, walking shoulder to shoulder with pharma. I mean, that's the only way that humanity at some day can conquer cancer or diseases like cancer, right? So let's move ahead. Some slightly exciting content coming for all of you. And before I move ahead, that's my customary disclaimer that whatever I speak here solely belongs to me. It in no form represents thoughts or processes from a parent organization. Well, can we make it up, please? Is it possible? Thank you so much. Well, so before we go ahead, before we try to understand the economics, we first have to understand what are we looking at, right? So we are looking at a disease which cannot be treated by a single modality, which is treated by a combination of modalities, right? We are looking at cancer, which is treated by surgery, which is treated, which is treated by surgery, radiotherapy, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, hormone therapy, targeted therapy, and of course, the stem cell therapy. While a lot of it is very pocket friendly, a lot of it, some part of it, while is extremely efficacious, miraculously efficacious, but not so pocket friendly. Well, when I say so, let's start from the beginning. Surgery. Of our colleagues who are here, our seniors, students, you've been posted in various surgical wards at your respective hospitals, irrespective whether it is a operation theater which operates on cancer, irrespective of that, right? You have seen surgeries, you know how surgeries are done. Now there are few step-ups or few advancements that has happened in surgical space, right? While traditionally surgeries are done manually by scalpels and sutures, today we have robots who are doing surgery, right? So the surgeon sits in a console like that, right? And the patient is lying on a bed here, and with a joystick, he or she manages the cuts and the removal of tumor from the body, right? Very big, quite a big size tumors which can be removed with very small incisions, with just four hands of the robot being inserted inside the patient's body, right? But the cost of this console, which the hospital has to pay, I mean, it is important for us to understand the base of this cost, right? And that's when we, tomorrow, one of us or some of us, I'm sure would be sitting in a forum where we will be contributing in policy decisions, right? Sitting in government committees, sitting in high-level committees, giving our opinion about what should be the ideal cost of a treatment, right? Trust me, some of the cost of the treatments, I'm sorry, I'm going a little way haywire. Some of the cost of the treatments which are currently offered to the private enterprises by the government are irrational, right? So it's like there's a BMW standing outside, but we can pay only Nano's price for it. It's like that. All of us understand BMWs, all of us understand Nano, right? So this is the disparity, and this is what This is what is causing the increase in the gap in healthcare cost. That's what we are talking, that's what we are mentioning about universal healthcare. Right, coming back to surgery. Well, so there are robots who are helping our surgeons in ensuring that we do the surgeries with minimal incisions, so the patient's recovery is quicker, right? Patient's hospital stays less, right? And patient's recovery is of course quicker. Hospital stays less, and the complications are even lesser, right? So overall, we are able to save, a significant amount of man days, not just to the patient. Understand, whenever there is a medical procedure which happens on a patient, it's not just the patient who undergoes the procedure. Psychologically, all the caregivers goes through it. The family goes through it, right? If I am the patient, right, my immediate family, somebody from the family has to accompany me. That productivity goes, right? So when we bring in innovations, when we bring in advanced technology, of course it comes with a cost. We are overall, reducing the secondary cost, the other cost associated with it. But yes, at the first instance, when you look at the price tag of it, yes, it's big. And that's one of the reason, which makes this difference bigger, right? Going into the radiation therapy. Now that's another space, another area which is evolving very, very fast. Now to give you a quick instance, there was a time whenever somebody was requiring radiation therapy, there were cobalt. Cobalt we understand as a element, right? So cobalt is one of the source of photon or source of radiation to treat cancers. Used to be, not anymore. There were cobalt reactors which were used to deliver high intensity radiation to a specific region of the body. Extremely toxic, but very, very cheap. Extremely, extremely toxic. So if I have to give, radiotherapy to the finger, I essentially have to, irradiate the entire palm. It was such. 2025 today, we have radiotherapy machines which do not run on cobalt, which run on slightly comparatively lesser problematic radioisotopes, but are pinpoint precise. If the treatment is required to be given on my nail, it will be on my nail, it will not go anywhere else. Safer, better, more precise, and there is a lot of AI element which now comes in radiotherapy, which corrects the clinician's choice on its own. Right? So more precision, more safety. But one such device can cost up to about 25 crores. If a hospital, wants to acquire it. Now where will that cost go? Right? That cost get divided to the user. Right? Exactly. So now, when I'm giving you examples, I want you to understand that when somebody is spending this money, somebody just cannot keep spending money. It cannot be the output always. There has to be some income to sustain an institution. Healthcare ecosystem in our country is an institution. If we have to sustain our institution, there has to be a balance in cost. Now that balance is required to be between private and public. It cannot be only public, it cannot be only private. Right? Well, moving ahead, chemotherapy, I think most of us understand it. Right? The classical cytotoxics that we give, oral, IV, subcute, and try to treat the patient. The direct costs are of course not that high at this point of time, but the indirect cost in managing toxicities are sometimes goes 10x of what the drug actual cost is. Right? So that's one. Next comes the revolution, immunotherapy. As I said before, immunotherapy in last decade has revolutionized the way we are treating cancer today. But the least of the least, immunotherapy per month can cost around 1.8 lakh rupees. 1.8 lakh Indian rupees. Now we all understand in general Indian household how many how many households can you know can manage 1.8 lakhs a month. This is minimal I'm talking about, right? There are answers to it, but answers are 30-40% economical on this 1.7 1.8 lakh rupees, right? Okay. Then comes the hormone therapy, again pretty affordable, doesn't hamper people much. Targeted therapies. Now the way some of the therapeutic areas are developing today, oncology is one such, as I said, fastest growing therapeutic domain. We focus on precision oncology, we focus on precision treatments, we focus on targeted treatments, right? Gone those days when we were giving only chemotherapies to treat cancer. We do not do it anymore. We do not do it anymore. We do not recommend to do it anymore. What we do, what we recommend to do is personalized treatment, is precision treatment. So for that, what do we do, right? Now we all understand that cancer is the disease of genome, right? Either it is an acquired insult or it is an insult which could not be corrected by our own immune system, is what is causing cancer, right? How will we find it? When we try to find those genomic aberrations, right? When we try to find those genomic mutations or changes those are causing disease, right? Now that we do through genomic tests or genomic profiling of the patient. While small panel genomic profiling can cost people somewhere around 10 to 15,000 or 20,000 Indian rupees, a comprehensive genomic profiling today, when I say comprehensive genomic profiling, we are looking at 500 gene studies, right? Which essentially covers everything what we know today about cancer and cancer causing genes and their supporter genes as well, right? A 500 genome panel today can cost as low as 70,000 rupees, right? Between 70,000 and 1.5 lakh rupees. But again, how many households those can manage 70,000 rupees just on diagnostics? Question, a big question, which we also try to answer. We are able to answer to an extent, but definitely not to the fullest. So, the targeted therapies, immunotherapies, even chemotherapy today, right? Even chemotherapy, when we sit in our clinics today, when we do our tumor boards, when we do our specialty clinics today, we do these analyses on patients who can afford it and base our decisions based on those genomic signatures, which help us in understanding the disease, that tumor, that cancer, which help us in understanding the drug and the drug behavior. Should I expect or predict toxicity? Should I expect, or what amount of efficacy should I expect? Should I add another drug to increase the efficacy? The answers only comes when we know genomic profiling of the patient, when we know what's happening in the genome. Are there any, bypasses? Are there any secondary mechanisms that the cancer may develop tomorrow, may develop tomorrow to counteract what we are trying to do, which means the treatment that we are giving, right? To give you a very classical example of targeted therapy, which is also partially a passive immunotherapy, is this drug called trastuzumab. Trastuzumab, a drug which is used for the human epidermal growth receptor factor overexpression, which is responsible for about 30 to 35% breast cancers, of all the breast cancers. 1996, 97, or early 2000s, I would rather say, early 2000s, when this drug came into the arsenal of treating breast cancers, it has revolutionized the way we have, the survivals we see today. Breast cancer, early diagnosed, probably HER2 positive, today is like diabetes and hypertension. You can manage it that well, right? And you can manage it with that ease, thanks to a drug like this. I think in one of the sessions we were talking about, the cost of this drug. So when we started giving this drug, when we started importing this drug, it used to be about 1.8 lakh rupees. Today, we get this drug for about 20,000 bucks, right? So, and when I have to look at who is the right candidate for the treatment, what do? I have to do a diagnostic test which helped me in identifying whether the target is overexpressed or not, right? So that's where the added or the surrogate costs comes in. And of course the stem cell therapy. When we talk about stem cell therapy, one of the current advancements when we speak about are CAR T cell therapies. Right? Some of you who are interested in oncology would have heard about CAR T cell therapy. Again, a very promising therapeutic area. In fact, we've been able to achieve cure. I'm being very cautious when I'm saying cure. Being able to achieve cure in certain leukemias with the help of CAR T therapy, but very toxic, very toxic, and need to be extremely careful. Success rates, however, at this point of time are low, but the new CAR T ecosystems or the new CAR T technologies, those are being developed now, are relatively safer. BCMA CAR Ts, CD8 targeting CAR Ts are something which are comparatively safer when compared to the first generation CAR T therapies. CAR T therapies today are being postulated to treat even solid cancers. There are trials going on around the world to look at if CAR T cell therapy can be used to treat difficult to treat breast cancers. There are patients who got benefited, some of the HIV positive patients who got benefited with CAR T cell therapy. There are a couple of anecdotal cases, where the cure has been achieved in a retroviral positive patient, with CAR T cell therapy. So a lot of advancements coming in, but when we look at CAR T cell therapy and when we talk about the cost, an indigenously built CAR T cell therapy, or when you are building it in the country itself, can cost up to about 40-45 lakhs for one treatment. And if you are importing the therapy, it costs roughly about 90-95 lakhs, right? Thank you. Right. So why am I narrating these costs, right? Why am I narrating these costs? It's when we look at the economic aspect of disease, it's important that we first understand the therapies, the therapeutic potentials, and the therapeutic domains which are available for the treatment today. Right. Moving ahead. Sorry. Okay. Well, moving ahead. Can we take that off? Is it possible to take the video off from there? Well, so when we look at the challenges in action, most of it lies in and around the concepts that we discussed a few minutes back, which are enlisted in the form of certain statistics here, which you can go through leisurely. A very crowded slide, I'm sorry, but I felt it's important that we look at the important statistics in and around the enigma of cancer, right? Well, we are talking about the availability of clinicians, we are talking about availability of specialties, we are talking about how quickly are we building the ecosystem, how quickly the drugs are being built, we are talking about, what are the economic impacts that the disease is causing, right? Going further into the statistics, as we know, cancer is rising. These are some of the numbers which are published by the WHO, which are published by various organizations which work closely on epidemiology of cancer. When we talk about the treatments becoming increasingly expensive, now this is one of the data which has, which very recently has come out from the States, of course. A lot of drugs which comes from there to other parts of the world. This is where the cost is going. So we are expecting it to almost double, expecting it to go to almost $409 billion in coming decade. Well, so what are we interested in? We are interested in good pharmacoeconomic models, practices, which help us in keeping the cost at a bay, at the same time making sure that the patients are benefited the best with the cost that they are that we pay, right? When it's not they, I feel it's we. Innovations, as we discussed, innovations are transforming the entire practice of oncology with every passing day. Every passing day sees a new indication, every passing day sees a new, therapy, every passing day sees a new concept. Those are, those we understand, right? Amongst that, when we are talking about, new development in cancer therapy, there is one therapeutic area that I forgot to mention is about the development of antibody drug conjugates. Those, I think, by the time some of you graduate, and I'm presuming that we have students here from early PharmDs to those who are interning, and also our other graduates, our M.Pharm and B.Pharm graduates as well. So by the time I believe you graduate, you'll see the next revolution of antibody drug conjugates. Right? To give you an example, the concept of antibody drug conjugates, we are talking about a targeted monoclonal antibody wherein there is a chemotherapy molecule attached to it. Right? So what happens here? Think of the concept. What happens here? You have a target, so this target will not attack everything. It will go only to those specified cells or the areas of the body where the target is overexpressed or it is deranged. Right? So we are basically preventing generalized toxicities. Now this antibody is tagged with a chemotherapy molecule, is tagged with a cytotoxic molecule. So what happens? While the monoclonal antibody, right, or while the targeted therapy is normalizing the aberration in the genes or the cell pathways, the cytotoxic component of it is getting released and killing the cell. Right? So we are trying to target the disease in two manners now, which we were previously also doing it, but now we are precisely targeting the tumor. Right? So this concept of one monoclonal antibody carrying a cytotoxic payload is called antibody drug conjugates. Right?
It's like ballistic missiles.
Yep. It's like a proper ballistic missiles where now what's happening today? Till about 2 years back, we had a drug, we had few drugs where you have one chemotherapy molecule or you have one target. Right? HER2. Let's continue with trastuzumab. So where you had trastuzumab, MTANs, and then we came, I was mentioning about certain real-world studies on trastuzumab deruxtecan, which is the drug of talk of town today at this point of time. So now what we are seeing today are multi-target ADCs, wherein we are not only targeting one genomic abnormality, but we are talking about multiple genomic abnormalities being targeted by one molecule, by one drug. Revolutionary. Conceptually, when you sit and think about it, it's immense. I mean, I don't know how to explain it, but it's amazing. When you sit, read, understand the potential, you are looking at somebody in front of you where, so why am I being such? When you look at somebody's genomic testing report, you see 5 derangements, 5 genetic derangements. Individually you have drugs. Individually you can target HER, individually you can target B, you can target C, you can target D. But for that I have to give those 4 drugs, theoretically. Unfortunately, these 4 drugs carry crazy toxicities. Lot of toxicities. I cannot give. I'll end up killing the patient instead of treating the patient. Right? That's where these multi-target antibody drug conjugates are being developed today. Right? That's one of the advancements that I wanted to highlight. Well, what is pharmacoeconomics? I think by this time, since morning, you all understand it. Let's not go in detail on that. Well, and why are we talking about it? I believe by now the context is set. This is why we are talking about it. Because the cost of drug acquisition or the cost of drug use is increasing with every passing day. Right? I was talking about antibody drug conjugate. Each antibody drug conjugate dose today cost about 4.5 lakhs a month. How many of us can afford it? Does government supports it? Answer is no. Right? Even when the patient comes with or somebody comes with government supported insurance schemes, they do not support the high value newer drug costs. Chemotherapies, yes. Biological therapies, yes. Some of the target therapies, yes. But newer drug therapies, no. Right? And what happens then? Somebody who is the right candidate for a particular treatment is devoid of the treatment. Right? As an institution, we also have a limit to support somebody. We try to support it. I'm not just talking about HCG. As an healthcare ecosystem, private healthcare ecosystem, people support and hospitals support patients, right? But to a certain extent, right? When it goes beyond their pockets, they cannot. Well, coming back. So we are looking at the cost, which at some point of time, not very far, but in 2005, the median cost of treatment, this is again global index, was about $2,000, $2,008 to be precise. This is median. It revolves around all these dots, whatever we are seeing. All these are individual cost, and this is the median cost, right? Median cost today, which is postulated, this is 2024 data if I'm not wrong, 2023 data, I'm sorry, which dates about, or which looks at about 14,900 up, close to about 15,000 US dollars. Significant cost. 15,000 US dollar is significant cost. We are multiplying it by 100 approximately, right? So that's again a lot of cost. Well, this is why we are talking about it. Well, we are talking about financial toxicities being reason for this, and prioritizing pharmacoeconomics, especially in high value treatments. And unfortunately, most of the cancer treatments are high value treatments, right? So it's very important that neuromuscular disorders, degenerative disorders, cancer, some of the other CNS disorders, right, where currently available treatments, when I say available treatments which have a potential to cure or at least give a better quality of life to the patient, are extremely costly. Well, and of course, to support policy and pricing decisions, I think those Dr. Hitesh discussed about and spoke about the policy decisions, how the policy decisions on pricing are made, how those prices are decided, both for multinationals, for drugs which are about to or which get approved in India, how the NPPA functions, how the DPCO functions, or how if I'm a new drug inventor, how cost of my drug is decided. Well, these four factors today impacts the entire cost of treatment in cancer. Right? The first is tumor type. If rare, the cost most of the times, not every time, but most of the times tends to be high. If there are multiple tumors, then you have an even stricter battle to fight. Trust me, it's literally a battle. Advising a treatment for a patient who is battling cancer is equally battling. It's not translating a treatment from a guideline and offering it to somebody. It doesn't work that way. Every patient comes back with a surprise. Every patient comes back to you with a surprise of a toxicity, a surprise that he or she is not responding to treatment. What next? Question is, what next? You just can't leave there. We just can't say that, okay, guideline has nothing after this, what should I do? We have to find answers. Right? So this is where the tumor types, the stage of cancer, the genetic markers, the patient demographics, everything revolves around this. The patient socioeconomic condition revolves around it. Right? So the entire cost is decided by these four entities. We spoke in length about genetic markers. I would still like to impress a little bit more on that. So when we are talking about genetic markers, many times what happens, there are solutions. So what solution? The genetic markers, those are proven, those we know that I have a target, either direct target or a surrogate target drug, we make a small panel out of it. Right? So we are not looking at some possible research on biomarkers, but we are looking at those which are already approved. I know I have drug, so I do they test for 5, 10, 15 or 20 genes. I don't run a 500 gene panel. I run a 20 gene panel where I know I have 5 drugs which can target these 20 genes. Right? So cost comes down. I know I have something to target. I will target. 1 year down the road, the patient, or 2 year down the road, or 3 year down the road, the patient comes back with the disease. What next? Right? So that's what keeps adding to the cost. That's what keeps adding to the confusion. That's what keeps adding to the battle overall. Not just for the patient, but also for somebody who is taking care of the patient, for clinicians and the entire care delivery team. Right? Today, treatment of cancer is not one man's decision. Right? Gone those days when it used to be one man's decision. It is a decision which is collaboratively taken by 5 or 6 professionals together. Somebody who is expert in genomics or genomic medicine. So a pathologist plays a very, very important role in establishing correct diagnosis and identifying correct, right type of markers where we can target and we can define the disease. A radiologist, a good radiologist, helps you in identifying the disease and the disease process and progression early and easily. We, the pharmacist and the pharmacologist, in ensuring that we identify the right kind of drug and drug combinations that we are able to target the genomic aberrations that we have found, or we anticipate toxicities. We design the plans to mitigate those toxicities in advance, right? And of course the oncologist, the medical or the surgical or the radiation oncologist. So it's not a one man's decision today, right? Okay, moving ahead, what's new, what's brewing, what's happening? This is what is happening today. So we are looking at targeted therapies. We discussed in detail about it. We are looking at immunotherapies. So one such example is checkpoint inhibitor therapy. Those of you who are interested, drugs like nivolumab, pembrolizumab, all those drugs, durvalumab, etc., atezolizumab. So all those drugs, and this is by far the most, most quickly growing, segment within cancer therapy, right? You see every country building some drugs on that. Today, I think it was in last 1 year that we have at least about 5 molecules which are proposed by the Chinese drug registry or Chinese drug registry systems. All of them are immunotherapies. All of them are checkpoint inhibitors, right? And this is how quickly and this is how aggressively it is growing. Genomic profiling and personalized medicine, I think we discussed it in length, in detail, in previous slides. Of course, and AI and digital tools. Would like to touch upon it a little bit. Now today, yes, it is evolving, but today, we have validated systems in place where the artificial intelligence models are helping our pathologists in reading the pathology reports accurately. They are not replacing pathologists, but it is giving their insight, their part of diagnosis, and helping the pathologist to come to a right diagnosis, the right tissue diagnosis. Philips, we work with Philips. We have built India's first AI, AI-based digital pathology platform. There are a few more companies. Zeiss is working on the similar models, where they are trying to help the pathologists in identifying their disease with precision and quickly. See, we do not, certain part of our country, we do have resource limits, right? Not everywhere that we have expert pathologists who can diagnose cancer easily, who are trained on diagnosing, trained on oncology. Very few people. So technological advancements like this, the digital pathology. So what I'm talking about is, so if I have to talk about geographical differences, just take any remote village in your 50 kilometers radius here, this part of our country. Do you think we are equipped to diagnose a disease like cancer in somebody who is sitting in 50 kilometers remote village today? Answer is no. Answer is no, right? But with the platforms like this, and somebody who can, a patient or the patient caregiver, those who can approach at least a basic hospital, a basic nearby government hospital, right? You have surgeons, or we have at least some surgeons available. They take the biopsy sample, make the slide, and just click a picture of the slide and upload and send it for review to, say, somebody in Mumbai, somebody in Bangalore, somebody in Delhi, or somebody in Chennai for that sake. Imagine that specialist need not come all the way here. The patient need not go all the way there. Both are sitting remote, and an accurate, precise diagnosis is being done. Right? So this is where we are advancing. Then comes the teleradiology or AI tools in radiology. Right? Today there are tools available, validated tools available who can, I think it was there in the news last month that the AI model could predict the breast cancer in a woman, I believe it was in US, at least 3 years or 4 years in advance. So today in radiology we have such technologies. In fact, during COVID, we ourselves worked on some of those models along with our radiology teams, where when we do the CT scans, this is especially in lung, when we do the CT scans, there are certain signs that we can track through precision medicine, or we can track through AI algorithms, and those can help in diagnosing disease early, including cancer. Right? So there's a lot happening, in overall space. We understand the drug development. Right? The reason I placed it here. Now, what's another important aspect that we have to understand when we understand the drug development, which is above, right? We all understand it very, very well, need not be explained again. But what's important is this: the pharmacogenomic development, which is driving cancer therapy today and will drive cancer therapy tomorrow. Right? This development is something which is equally important as is our drug development. Right? Today we have to understand where we need to target. 5 years from today, I'm sure gone those days when we treat somebody with a generalized chemotherapy. Right? It will be only personalized chemo, targeted, or biological therapy, nothing else. Right? And if that has to happen, this has to grow. And this is something which is growing now. The pharmacogenomic development of biomarkers, pharmacogenomic development, our understanding of pharmacogenomics of disease, not just cancer, but the few more diseases as well. Well, we spoke a little bit about it. Trastuzumab, a wonder drug to treat breast cancers, about 30-35% of the breast cancers, where we see the markers which are overexpressed, which are causing the disease. This drug brings those markers to their normal values or normal levels and help in controlling the disease. When this drug came to the market, came to India, was in multiple lakhs. Today we are able to access this drug for a few thousand rupees, right? And with that, trust me, with that, there was a survey, or there was a report by the American Cancer Society. However, no such reports as of now that we have in India at this point of time. By the American Cancer Society, that the mortality, when we speak about the last decade, because of the access to medications, the mortality of breast cancer has come down by about 35%. 35%, that's a big number. Which means of 100 patients who unfortunately die of cancer, 35 less patients are dying of cancer, because we have better drugs available, because the drugs are accessible. Right? So that's where socially it makes a big difference. Well, challenges, I think that's what we spoke about. High upfront cost of innovation. Of course, if you have to find a biomarker, there's a lot that we have to understand, and we have to understand it in the lab. There's a lot of time and money that we spend on it. Right? Again, as I said, cancer, when you're treating cancer, you're treating a very smart disease, or even better than when you're treating an infection. When we treat infection, we are treating a very smart organism who is able to survive past 25-30 million years of history of life on the planet Earth. We are still young. These microorganisms are far experienced than what we are in terms of their survival on planet Earth. Right? So is human body. when we try to treat a disease, when we try to harm human body comes back with the mechanisms to counteract that action. Right? So when we give a chemical, when I give a drug to treat cancer, I'm trying to kill my own cells. The altered tumor microenvironmental mechanisms, the tumor microenvironmental safety mechanisms, which for us are resistant mechanisms, saves the tumor. And that is what we research today. Those mechanisms which are responsible for the resistance of disease, which essentially are protective mechanisms for the cancer cell, right? And that research is something which requires a lot of time, lot of effort, lot of precision again, a lot of advancement, and hence a lot of money, right? Okay. Inequity in access to advanced treatment, I just spoke about it, taking example from our own country, and this is something which is prevailing across. You go to Africa, speak with somebody from Africa. We treat a lot of patients who come to us from Africa. We speak to them. I mean, you'll be surprised, some of the drugs which are very common for us, I'm talking only about oncology. Drugs which are very common for us, they are a dream for them. Drugs like Jeftinib, etc., which we don't even think when we prescribe in terms of their affordability, are still a luxury in some parts of the world. So this is the inequality that we are talking about, right? And forgotten advancements are far costlier, right? So give you a perspective. Now, whenever we try to diagnose, I was talking about CAR T cell therapy, if you remember some time back, in terms of cell therapies, one of the most advanced type of cancer treatments, wherein we bioengineer the T cells taken from the patient. We engineer it in a lab, enrich it with more T cells, T helper cells, which also fight cancer, which also help the natural killer cells in treating or in eradicating cancer, controlling cancer. This bioengineered therapy, as I said, in India, when we build it here, we develop it here, cost about 40 to 50 lakh rupees. When we import it, cost around to about crore. And in these parts of the world, even higher. Trust me, into 3 to 4 times. Is the reason that a lot of patients from those regions, say Africa, the entire African continent, travel a lot to India, a lot. We see patients from Bangladesh, we see people from the GCC countries, we see people from Africa. We in fact see people from the so-called developed nations, right? Where it is, when somebody has to go for a scan, they have to wait for at least 3 months to get an access to a basic MRI, which in India, you just walk into a diagnostic center and get it done, right? And with a 3x, 4x, 5x cost, right? So this is how accessible and inaccessible it is. Reimbursements and regulatory hurdles, we just spoke about reimbursements, how easy and how difficult it is. And when it comes to the regulatory hurdles, now in India, it is relatively easy to get a new drug which is approved in many parts of the world. Last year, the DCGI has now allowed the drug makers to import or to market drugs in India, provided the drugs are approved by the major drug regulatories across the world, which means the MHRA, the US FDA, the TGA, which is Australia, or the Japanese drug regulatory authorities, right? So that way that regulatory hurdle is off. India today, if I am an inventor, I can bring in a drug which is approved in the US immediately to the country and the patients can get benefited from it, which otherwise can cost again 2 to 3 times of the cost if they are not available in India, right? Okay, so these are few things, few challenges that we are able to cater to, or we are able to resolve with the help of some of the strategies, with the help of biosimilars, with the help of new drug development, new strategies, which are helping in making drugs more accessible and better accessible for people. Well, what's in future? Of course, an outcome-based pricing model, is something that we have to look at, we have to adapt to, and that's where we all play a very, very important role in letting our healthcare teams understand what would be the most appropriate treatment for the patient. It's not just the clinician's responsibility. If you are part of that team, it is equally your or our responsibility to make sure that we help in taking the right decision. Right? More affordable biosimilars that we are heading to today. At least 3 immunotherapy molecules in next 3 years will be off patent. So the biosimilars will be available. So we hope that more people will be able to access good therapies, better therapies, and will have a better and a healthier and treatable society in terms of cancer. Well, global collaborations that we are doing. So when I'm talking about CAR T-cell therapy, some advancements in therapy, so we collaborate with universities, we collaborate with big pharma, we collaborate with big laboratories across the globe, leveraging science between both the institutions and the countries, multiple countries, and help in economic and better drug development. Well, integration of real-world evidences. You just heard about how important real-world evidences are. Now, trust me, the drugs where we saw the extended approvals, indication approvals were given, there are drugs where the approvals were withdrawn because of real-world evidences. One such very beautiful example is atezolizumab. This drug in 2021 was granted accelerated approval to treat one of the very difficult to treat breast cancer, which is called triple-negative breast cancer. They were given, the approval that as an co-therapy, as an adjunct therapy, atezolizumab can be used to treat triple-negative breast cancers. 1 year down the road, the real-world data from across the globe, when the company themselves, and they were really, we need to appreciate them. They themselves went back to the US FDA with a submission that in the real-world, analysis, they could not find any survival benefit to the patients who were given atezolizumab along with chemotherapy, which was otherwise approved a year and a half back, and the approval was withdrawn. Withdrawn from the EU, withdrawn from the FDA. Today the trials are still on. Today they are still trying to look at if there is any way that we can use this drug for triple-negative breast cancer. Right? So real-world evidences play a very, very important role, and any of you who are willing to make your career in therapeutic domains like oncology or neurology, etc., it's important that you keep your patient good data intact in a systematic way, in a right way. Document toxicities, adverse events as the patient come. Document efficacies, and the efficacy challenges that you're facing properly in the patient's medical record. Because tomorrow, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from today, this data will hold a value of a platinum, trust me. This data will decide, or this data has the potential to decide what is right, what is wrong. That's what is the power of real world data, real world evidences. And that's where we come into picture, all of us, because, we understand data. We understand therapeutics. We understand the disease as well, right? So it's our equal responsibility that we help in managing and maintaining this data and in ensuring that the insights from the data are shared with the world in a proper way. Well, moving ahead, yes, pharmacoeconomics is key because there is no point developing a therapy which nobody can afford, right? Important that we align our innovations along with the cost. Innovation should be affordable, otherwise that innovation is of no use, and an informed decision making which can benefit or which benefits patients better than anything. This is what you can use to read further. I'll be more than happy to take questions or if there is anything to discuss. Thank you so much. You can choose to write to me in case if you have any questions or you want to connect with us at any point of time. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Dr. Priyank, I have a question.
Please.
So as you're near to that, particularly on the treatment part, one question comes up, like how do you decide, usually in the guidelines, so usually in the guidelines it is suggested like 2 to 3 cycles and based on that it will be done. So like when you are near to the patient and when you're treating the patient, how do you decide on what is a particular cycle which is working with the patient, or when do you need to stop? So definitely not with the signs and symptoms. Is there any specific things which you observe which is definitely not in the guidelines?
Guidelines for us, I mean, uh, mm, uh, I'm talking with the disclaimer, right, that this is how we do it, not necessarily that everybody does it, right? Guidelines are the medium to understand the kind of treatment that can be given for a specific problem, including cancer and various stages, types, diagnosis, and time of intervention that we do. Very helpful in initiating treatments, very helpful in taking the treatment further. But how we decide, our first and foremost thing is to include the patient as part of the treatment decision team, right? We make sure that when we sit for our tumor boards and specialty clinics, we make sure that we bring the patient or the patient caregiver, show them the scans, show them this is what disease looks like, this is what it is today. Bring them back after 3 months or 2 months of therapy, whatever is the initial decision. Look at the disease again. Look at the scan again. When I say scan again, perform the radiological evaluation again and sit with them, show them. This is where it's helping, this is how it is helping or not helping. I mean, both. And that's why I have to change a treatment now. The guideline may say that, give 4 cycles of treatment, but you are not being benefited. We are not seeing any benefits. In fact, there are more toxicities. I do not, as a clinician or the team who is treating you, I do not want to expose you further, right? We try to involve them. Of course, we do a lot of in-depth literature review before we decide on number of cycles that are required to be given to a patient. We essentially personalize every single line of treatment for every patient every time they visit it, and that's where clinical pharma team at HCG, that's what we do at HCG. So before even the treatment is delivered, it is the responsibility of our team to make sure that they go through the entire journey again, look at the appropriateness of the treatment. If there are changes required in the treatment, right from the cancer-directed therapy to the supportive therapy to minimize adverse effects, that those insights are discussed with the treating team and are brought in notice of the patient and the patient caregivers, whoever are authorized for that, and then a decision is taken. So this is how we try to make sure that every time the patient comes to us, they are attended to in person. Every time that we review it doesn't work as a generalized treatment plan that I say, 4 cycles, after 4 cycles we'll see what happens and then we decide based on what is written in the guidelines. No, it does not. If 4 cycle constitute patient to come every week, 3 times a month for 4 months, every week when the patient comes, the patient is evaluated by the clinicians, by the clinical pharma team, and then the decisions are taken. So this is how we approach.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Sir, I have a question, sir.
Please.
So you said you were talking about the more precise radiotherapy is available.
Yes.
Is it available in India?
Absolutely. So I take pride that we bought it first time in the country. The machine is called Ethos by Varian. It was 2023 September, October that we bought it in India, and happy that we were first in the country to start it. There are a few more machines in India now. So this machine basically, as I said, works on targeting the changes which happens every day in the tumor. So what happens when you treat a tumor, suppose in the lung, nearing heart, the tumor first expands because there is an inflammation because of the injury, and then it shrinks. So this expansion and shrinking sometimes may lead to missing the target if you do not have a system which can track it. With this machine, we are able to track it and are able to deliver the treatments more safely and more precisely. So machines are available. There are even machines which work on MRIs. So this machine works on CT-based platforms. There are other advanced machines which work on MRI-based platforms, which are also available in India today.
And when can we expect the antibody conjugates?
Antibody conjugates are already in practice. So I was talking about trastuzumab deruxtecan. That's one such drug that we are using today. That's again a single target antibody drug conjugate. There is a dual target antibody drug conjugate, which hopefully very soon, as early as next year probably, will also get approval. The data is very promising. We ourselves are part of at least 3 trials, phase 1 trials, where we are targeting multi-target antibody drug conjugates in hematological malignancies, and are also part of CAR T therapy development. So hopefully in, say, in another 2-3 years, we may see better things, better affordable therapies coming in India.
Great, sir. Any more questions?
Sir, may I know the role of nanorobotics in treating and targeting the cancer cell?
We have not used it, ma'am, but did read about it. Appears very promising. You know, what we are talking about is a sub-millimeter robot which can sense a specific target. So if I'm talking about HER2, for example, if I talk about HER2, that this robot or this stuff can sense HER2, go to the cell, go to that specific site, you know, destroy the site, also delivers the payload. When I say payload, delivers the drug and the antibody. So thereby, what we are looking at is, we are looking at a modality of treatment called brachytherapy, where we give internalized radiotherapy. So what I'm doing is I'm inserting the radioisotope inside the tumor. I'm not targeting it from outside. Radiation is not targeting outside, but instead is given as a systemic therapy, right? So these robots are now getting trained, are getting advanced in delivering such localized radiotherapies without any external exposure, are also being designed to target specific abnormalities in the genes, and thereby there have been a lot of promising data, very good data, but at this point we ourselves don't have any experience in using it, but really looks promising. One area which is really promising.
Whether this is available in India or practicing in abroad, any countries?
It is available in Germany or Spain. One of the institutions in Germany or Spain is what I am aware. I'm not sure if it is available in America. In India, it is in very initial stages. I think IIT Bombay, along with, or IIT Delhi or Bombay, one of the IITs, along with Tata Hospitals are working on it. But I'm not aware of the stage of development at this point of time. But yes, this is something which is happening in India as well.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks a lot. The session was very informative, very engaging and very clear. It was very easy to understand also. The most of the points what you discussed were new to us, and hope this will be useful to our students, is also the faculty. Thanks for the great presentation. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your valuable session, sir. Now I call upon Dr. Professor Muruganandan, sir, Dr. Subhashini ma'am, Dr. P. Rajvel, sir, to present the memento and certificate to Dr. Priyank Tripathi, sir. Thank you, sir. Now I would request Dr. Muruganandan, sir, and Dr. Subhashini ma'am to honor our chairperson, Dr. Rajvel, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Now I request all the dignitaries to occupy their seats on the dais. Now it's time to announce the winners for the patient information leaflet. The third prize goes to Aisha Afifa A from Karavalli College of Pharmacy of rupees 1000. I kindly request all the dignitaries to give away the prizes. The winners of patient information leaflet, the third prize goes to Aisha Afifa A from Kaveri College of Pharmacy of rupees 1000. The second prize goes to Afra Nas from Karavalli College of Pharmacy of rupees 1500. And the first prize goes to Pushkal Kannabi from the college CL Bed Meta of rupees 2000. And consolation prize for Nakwa Fatima Sadaf from Karavalli College of Pharmacy. Pushkal Khanna BR from CL Bait Mehta College of Pharmacy got first prize in the patient information leaflet. Consolation prize goes to Nakwa Fatima Sadaf from Karavalli College of Pharmacy. The winners of e-poster presentation. The winners of patient counseling, the third prize goes to Sana Roshan from the College of Karavalli College of Pharmacy. Second prize goes to Lakshya from Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, or rupees 1500. And first prize goes to Lona Rachel Gama from Karavalli College of Pharmacy of rupees 2000. Now the winners of e-poster presentation. The third prize goes to Nixon P. CL Bed Mehta College of Pharmacy. The second prize goes to Dishkal Khanna BR from CL Bed Mehta College of Pharmacy. First prize goes to Shyam Sundar S. CL Bed Mehta College of Pharmacy. And consolation prize goes to Sri Vaishnavi Parasuraman from Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy.
We request the representative of CL Blade Mehta College of Pharmacy, Chennai, to come and collect these certificates. We request the representative of Karavalli College of Pharmacy, Mangalore, to come and collect the certificates and memento. We request the representative of JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy, Kumarapalayam, to come and collect the certificates and memento. We request the representative of JKK Nadaraja College of Pharmacy, Kumarapalayam, to come and collect these certificates and memento. Next we call upon the representative of E-Road College of Pharmacy to come and collect these certificates and memento. We request the representative of Karavalli College of Pharmacy to come and collect these certificates and memento.
I kindly request the representative of Karavalli College of Pharmacy to come and receive the participant certificates. Next, I call upon JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy, Kumarapalayam, to come and collect the participant certificates. Yes, ma'am. Next, I call upon Erode College of Pharmacy, Erode, to come and collect the participant certificates. I call upon the representative of JKK Nadaraja College of Pharmacy, Kumarapalayam, to come and collect the certificates. I call upon the representative from PCP College of Pharmacy, Namakkal, to come and collect the participant certificate. Next, I call upon representative from PGP College of Pharmacy to come and collect the participant certificates. By following, I call the representative from Sri Ramakrishna College of Pharmacy, Coimbatore, to come and collect the participant certificates. I request the representative from Sri Ramakrishna College of Pharmacy, Coimbatore, to come and collect the participant certificates. I kindly request representative from Vivekananda Pharmacy College for Women, Sangagiri, to come and collect the participant certificates. I kindly request the representative from Vivekananda Pharmacy College for Women, Sangagiri, to come and collect the participant certificates. Nama College. Finally, I request the representative from Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, Tiruchengood, to come and collect the participant certificates. I request representative from Vivekananda Pharmacy College for Women, Sangagiri, to come and collect the participant certificates. Now I request representative from Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, Tiruchengood, to come and collect the participant certificates. Now I call upon JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy to come and collect the participant certificates. I kindly request the representative from JKK Muniraja College of Pharmacy to come and collect the participant certificates.
Palayam. TN Palayam Vandas JKK Muniraja College, please come and collect your certificates.
Gratitude is the fairest blossom which springs from the soul. Now, I request Professor Dr. R. Subhashni, Head of the Department of Pharmacy Practice, Swami Vivekananda College of Pharmacy, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. Is happy to give away the vote of thanks for this 9th National Level Conference, that is CPP-IGS 2025. It's with immense pride and heartfelt appreciation that I stand before you to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee of 9th National Level Conference on Clinical Pharma Practice, Indian and Global Scenario 2025. As we conclude this prestigious event, it's only fitting that we pass the acknowledge and express our gratitude to the management of Vivekananda Educational Institution for providing such an opportunity for the students to enrich their knowledge. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed chairman, Professor Dr. M. Karunanidhi, whose vision, leadership and continued support have been cornerstone of this event's success. I extend my warm thank to our Madam Chairman, Mrs. Krishnaveni Karunanidhi, Vice Chairman, Dr. Kirbanidhi Karunanidhi, and Joint Medical Director, Dr. S. Ardhanariswaran, and Joint Secretary, Dr. Sri Raganidhi Ardhanariswaran, and Director, Dr. Nivedana Kripanidhi, for their unwavering encouragement and insightful guidance throughout the planning and execution of this conference. A special word of appreciation to Dr. Professor S. Gokulanathan for his instrumental role in ensuring that every detail of this event was meticulously planned and flawlessly delivered. Without proper guidance, all hard work goes in vain. A true leader must foster relationships, build trust, and actively engage with their team members. I am deeply thankful to our beloved principal, Dr. G. Muruganandan, whose academic leadership and commitment to excellence have created the ideal environment for conference of this caliber. Thank you so much, sir. To our keynote and plenary speakers who travel from across cities and sectors, thank you for the depth of your expertise, the clarity of your perspective, and the provocation of your questions. You have helped us connect theory to impact, data to decision, and evidence to ethics. Thank you to everyone. To our panelists and session chairs, thank you for anchoring thoughtful discussions and encouraging dialogues that fostered critical reflection on real-world evidence, regulatory consideration, policy implications, and translation research in clinical pharma practice. To the backbone of this conference, our organizing committee, without you people, there is no success about this conference. So, I'm thankful for this organizing committee members and the volunteers from the Department of Pharmacy Practice for your months of planning, coordination, and execution. I wholeheartedly thank all the head of the department from various departments and my dear fellow colleagues and non-teaching faculties for their support to make this conference as a fruitful one. This conference would not have been an enriching without the active participation of all the colleges who joined us for CPP-IGS 2025. Your contributions through paper presentation discussions have greatly elevated the quality and scope of this gathering. Thank you for bringing your knowledge, your patience, and your collaborative spirit to this platform. Thank you all. And let me also acknowledge an unwavering commitment of our behind-the-scenes team, organizing committee, volunteers, electrical, IT, and AV support teams, hospitality staff, and logistic coordinators. You work tirelessly, often silently and without pause, to ensure that every session ran smoothly and every participant felt welcome. Today's signing stars, to our vibrant community of students, research scholars, practitioners, and delegates, you are the reason this conference thrives. Your active participation through provoking questions and genuine enthusiasm throughout every session have infused this event with energy and relevance. Your presence is a testament to the growing impact of clinical pharma practice in India and your role as the future torchbearers of the discipline. I express my heartfelt gratitude to each and every one present over here who made this conference as a great success. Thank you once again for this great opportunity, and stay tuned for 10th National Level Conference CPP-IGS 2026. Have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I request everyone to rise for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you, everyone. Tea was arranged in the nearby hall.